All right, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I think there's another mic on. If we can just check our mics. Thank you. Good evening. The Durham Public School Board of Education monthly meeting is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, to educate, empower every student to innovate, to serve, and to lead. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Iguirles and Marty Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. The next item on our agenda is a moment of silence. Thank you. Seems that we're having some technical difficulties with our YouTube. We'll take a quick pause to see if our IT team can work on that. So we'll pause the meeting at this time. We had our moment, call to order, a moment of silence. We're now going to turn it over to our Chief Communications Officer for celebrations, Mr. Sutter.
Evening. It is a pleasure to be with you tonight to celebrate our students and employees in Durham Public Schools. Tonight's Spark recognitions have been rescheduled to the next board meeting due to some travel difficulties. However, we're excited to bring to you our Students of the Month for December and for January, as well as for December and January, our DPS Teacher of the Month and the DPS Employee of the Month. To start things off, we're going to meet our Student of the Month from, this is a typo on the précis, not City of Medicine Academy, but Ignite Online Academy. And I bring to you Humberto Oriana Tercios and the principal of Ignite Online Academy.
Thank you so much. We are very proud to present Humberto. We're proud to have him at Ignite. He's a model student. He's fully engaged in every class that we see him in every day. And he's what we wish for all of our Ignite students to exemplify: engagement, commitment to online learning. He's very dedicated and great independent learner. He's taking 2 synchronous classes this semester and 2 asynchronous, so he can do the self-pacing, but also have the connection with his 2 great Ignite teachers that he's just started for 2nd semester. So we're very proud of him and all of the challenges that he's had through his career as a DPS student, but we feel fortunate that he landed with us at Ignite. Thank you.
Humberto, I have a few things for you. January 2023 Student of the Month, we are honored to present this certificate to Ignite Online Academy Junior Humberto Oriana for consistently demonstrating character, integrity, and academic excellence as a DPS student. I want to give you this certificate, and then we're going to start moving up from there. We have this certificate. We have a Spark pin for you. The Spark pin is a symbol of excellence among DPS students, teachers, educators, community supporters, indicating leadership qualities. The Student of the Month program is all about academic excellence, but also character, leadership, and perseverance. This Spark pin signifies that for you, and I hope you'll find the opportunities to wear it with pride. From our friends at Triangle E-Cycling, I'm excited to present you with this laptop computer. And it's a good one. And then I am pleased to introduce, and he'll be back again for our next Student of the Month as well, former board member and representative of the Raven Family Foundation, Mr. Frederick Raven, with a special presentation.
Board Chair, Superintendent Dr. Mubanga on board. I would just like to say thank you, first of all, to your parent here present. My family and the Raven Family Foundation are proud to give you a check to show you that we are proud of what you've accomplished here at Durham Public Schools. And I'm also going to say that I'm gonna put in an ounce of jealousy because I wish I was doing what you're doing now back when I was at DPS. So thank you. And I mean that. Every month we tune in and we watch you all and we see the accomplishments that you all have been able to do while pursuing your education. And most of you all aren't even 18 yet. So I'm amazed. So I'll just be fruitful and honest when I say that. So one thing that we always like to make sure that we do is we like to provide you with a scholarship award because we're truly humbled by the work that you've done because you represent us well. And we'd like to also present you with a check, which is a small token of appreciation for what you're doing for DPS. So thank you.
I'm going to ask Principal Medlin to hold your stuff. If we could get a picture of you with your and an opportunity to shake hands with the school board. Thank you. But wait, there's more. I now call to the podium Danny Guilford from Northern High School so he can introduce Northern's Student of the Month, Isabella Peters.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the school board, Dr. Mabinga, members of the cabinet, and all of Durham Public Schools. It is an honor for me as principal of Northern High School to be before you this evening to recognize our student of the month, 12th grader Isabella Peters. She's been before this board before, about 7 years ago, as an 11-year-old to address issues regarding standardized testing, and which also featured on NPR. In addition to her advocacy for her peers and herself, she's a powerhouse in all aspects of student life. She's a straight A student. She's a 3-sport varsity athlete in volleyball, basketball, and soccer. She volunteers in the community, conducting numerous talks with various service groups. She's applied and been accepted into various colleges and universities, but plans to attend UNC Charlotte in the fall. When I asked my staff who should be our representative, she was the only student to receive multiple recommendations for her courteousness, respectful nature, and driven desire to be the best. And she does all this after being born completely deaf. She was one of the first children in North Carolina to be double implanted, a cochlear implant in each ear. At the age of 5, she was working with the developers of the implant to improve the functionality of the implants. Escorted tonight by her parents, Ernest and Melody Peters, I present to you Isabella Peters of Northern High School for Student of the Month for January.
Ms. Peters, if you were paying attention, this part is probably not going to come as much of a surprise. We have a certificate for you, the Spark pin indicating your success as a DPS student leader, a laptop from our friends at Triangle E-Cycling, and once more, your very own Frederick Raven.
I will say what I said before, but I'll just say it this time to let you know again that you have our admiration. My entire family watches. We all watch this every single month. My mom just told me, she just heard me talking and I sound a little nervous. I don't know how to tell her I was just running late, so I was short on breath. But, but again, we want to show you our admiration for you with the certificate. We also want to present you with a check for $500. It's not much, but what our goal was to do this year was to continue to highlight the achievement that is being done month after month when we're able to see these students of the month. And we would love for our corporate community to start to donate. So this is a push. I want to be here to say that, and we want to be able to use you and all the other students of the month to be able to show what DPS is really putting out there. So again, thank you.
Like to speak?
I would like to say thank you to all of my teachers, and all of my principals, all the people that's been there for me, my therapist, the professionals that's worked for me to help me be able to even speak to you guys. And I'll also like to say a big thank you to my parents. They have fought for me every single step of the way in my journey, and they have raised me to be the person that I am today. Yeah.
Board members, we continue our recognitions with our DPS Teachers of the Month and Employees of the Month for December and January. And for that, I bring you our Executive Director for Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition, Michelle Hayes.
Good evening. Good evening, Chairman Umstead, members of the board, Dr. Mabinga, and cabinet members. I am pleased to bring two recognitions to you tonight. Our Teacher of the Month, sponsored by North Carolina Central University's tennis team, the Tau Psi chapter of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, DCL Consulting LLC, and the Vail Cares Foundation, and our Employee of the Month, sponsored by the Office of Human Resources. Both recognitions will be brought to you monthly, and we will continue to congratulate these high performers. Since we did not have our regularly scheduled school board meeting in December, as stated before, we're going to recognize our Teacher of the Month first, Teachers of the Month. Our December Teacher of the Month is Jahara Davis, English teacher from Hillside High School. Ms. Davis is deserving of this honor because she works diligently to ensure her students' academic needs are met while also attending to their social and emotional learning needs. In fact, she was recognized by a national organization for her efforts. She was recognized by a national organization for her efforts to infuse social and emotional learning into her regular instruction. She has truly built a learning community into her classroom where students recite daily affirmations before the class gets started. I would be remiss if I didn't mention how she rallied resources in the community to support a learning excursion to see Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. In addition to the movie, 96 students received t-shirts and a rich lesson on the characteristics of the epic hero. Jahara Davis, our December Teacher of the Month. Our January Teacher of the Month is Sophie Pruden, fifth grade teacher from Glenn Elementary School. Ms. Pruden exemplifies the best in teaching, and her commitment to her students, families, colleagues is unparalleled. Last year alone, Ms. Pruden's students exceeded growth in reading, math, and science, and almost 80% of her scholars passed one or more EOG tests for the first time. In addition, she took on, all right. In addition, she took on several students mid-year who were struggling academically and behaviorally in a colleague's room. All 3 students passed at least 2 EOGs and 1 even exited the EC services. Ms. Pruden's relationship with her students is phenomenal, and she expects her students to reach her high expectations every day, and they do. Her students are focused, determined, and understand how their work can lead to lifelong success. Ms. Pruden's success is so impactful, not only because this was her first year teaching 5th grade, but because all of these incredible accomplishments came the year after COVID have forced virtual instruction. Ms. Pruden planned every day after school to truly understand 5th grade standard, power standards, the EOG, and a new curriculum. This year, after the first benchmark, Ms. Pruden's data is exceptional and exceeds district and team averages. She uses our Talking Points communication app to share pictures and progress with families on a consistent basis. Ms. Pruden is unquestionably one of the greatest educators I have ever had the privilege to work with. Her dedication to her craft and commitment to teaching are difficult to describe and truly something special to observe. So congratulations to Jahara Davis and Sophia Pruden for being named Durham Public Schools December and January Teachers of the Month. At this time, Coach Lawson will come and present.
Good evening, everyone. It gives me a distinct pleasure to present to Ms. Pruden and Ms. Davis a check for $100 each from VCL Consulting. We salute you for all of the good work that you do. We salute you for your excellence, your professionalism, and we're very proud of you. As we have partnered with this program, we try to do this in a 2-phase approach. One, in surprising the teachers in the classroom so that their students have an opportunity to also salute them, and then also in this setting. So again, thank you so very much for your service and your dedication. And again,
I'm back. Okay. Congratulations once again to Jahara and Sophie. Our December Employee of the Month is Natalie Jones, front desk receptionist at Carrington Middle School. The warm Cougar Country welcome you receive is normally given by Miss Natalie Jones. Miss Jones is the master of multitasking with grace and professionalism. There is no job too small or a task she considers outside of her job duties. Mrs. Jones will cover classes in emergency situations. She arrives 45 minutes early to prepare for the day, and she will often skip her lunch break to ensure the front office matters are taken care of to the fullest. Mrs. Jones is the face of Cougar Country. Congratulations to Miss Natalie Jones for a December Employee of the Month. Our January Employee of the Month goes to Veronica Oriana, lead custodian at Mangum Elementary School. Unfortunately, she could not be here tonight, but her principal, Ms. Dorman, will receive on her behalf. Ms. Orleana takes pride in every detail of her job, ensuring that our school looks its best at all times. Our students and staff are lucky that that our day begins and ends with Ms. Orleana looking after things. Thank you for the example you set and the high expectations you hold us to. Once again, congratulations to Natalie Jones and Veronica Orleana for being named Durham Public Schools December and January Employees of the Month. Comes with a plaque and a Spark pen.
Board members, that concludes celebrations for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A wonderful celebrations, a great time for us to continue to highlight not only the amazing work of our students, but also our educators. And I use educators because we include our teachers as well as our custodial staff, the front desk staff, everyone that makes our schools run. So really appreciate those celebrations. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. And I'll pass it to Dr. Mabinga.
Thank you. Chair Armstead, members of the board, good evening. I want to begin my remarks with some praise for our students and our teachers who support them. Last night, hundreds of our students walked across the stage in our winter graduation event. Every student who graduates in winter has a story to tell about perseverance and determination. I was so proud of them. Graduation is a ceremony that marks the passage into adulthood, and it also recognizes the outstanding work of our teachers, counselors, school administrators, and district support. Congratulations to the latest graduates of Durham Public Schools. Looking ahead, I'm so excited about our annual showcase at the Durham Performing Arts Center, an evening to shine, what we used to call an evening of entertainment. It will be at 7 p.m. on Tuesday, February 21st, and it will feature amazing performances by our students at every grade level. When people ask me, why should I enroll my students in a DPS school when there is so much competition? There is one of my answers. Look at the district support of the arts and look at the talent we are able to develop in our students. No one else can match that. Thanks to the DPS Foundation for making an evening to shine possible, and also for the first time, generously enabling our principals to attend for free. And of course, thanks to our arts teachers led by our own Jeremy Tucker. Board members, I want to talk tonight about next steps for growing together. But first, I want to acknowledge and thank you for the historic step you took last week. Thanks to your foresight and the steps the school board has taken in December 2021, June 2022, and January 2023, we now have a full elementary student assignment plan for 2024, almost 18 months in advance. It took years of work to get to this place, and there is much more work ahead to ensure that our families understand and supported and are heard. Starting next month, we are making comprehensive, frequently asked questions document available in English and Spanish, online, by email, and in print for every elementary school. We are not going to make families search through a document covering all 31 schools for the answers that are important to them. I want to thank all of the staff that burned the midnight oil to individualize that information. That has been really customized for every school. Next week, we are also beginning a new wave of meetings with our school communities. I and my staff will be attending meetings with teachers and staff, and then with parents and guardians, prioritizing schools with significant program changes prior to the lottery application deadline on February 6th. Our entire Growing Together team is working together to ensure that our principals have the support they need, whether it's an information toolkit, in-person assistant, or both to lead family engagement at the schools in the way that the board charged me to accomplish. We know that relationships and trust with families are best fostered at the school level. It's my role to ensure that school leaders are supported for strengthening those relationships. Also on Saturday, February 4th, from 9 a.m. to noon, we are going to host families who have remaining questions about the application process for magnet schools. We are offering special assistance in English and Spanish at the Mini M. Fort Brown Staff Development Center. The mini center is a convenient to public transportation. Interpreters will be eager to help. So this is another opportunity that we will share with our families to increase access to our academic programs. Finally, I want to share a few words about the many concerns that have been shared with us about classroom appliances, fire safety, and our response. To our teachers and staff, we have depended on these conveniences over the years. I hear you, and I understand your frustration. Working with the Fire Marshal Division of Durham County, we have come to a mutual understanding that we must do a better job of seeing to the health and safety of our students and staff. It requires significant attention to meeting the building safety standards as articulated by the Fire Marshal Division, significant capital investment in meeting those standards, and taking other steps to ensure compliance. Today, I want to share that I am authorizing Finance Department to work with our schools in acquiring commercial grade microwaves and refrigerators that comply with the Fire Marshal Division standards upon board approval tonight. This has been hard for our teachers and staff. I am sorry. And we are working to remedy this while staying consistent with our requirements to keep our schools and buildings safe. Madam Chair, that completes my remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Mavinga. We appreciate those remarks covering so many topics that we've discussed. I think you said that there'll be a FAQ available. Can you just remind us when that will be available for families?
They will be available starting on Monday on our website. But for the print, we really wanted them to be ready on Monday. We had little glitches, but by Tuesday, everybody will have it.
All right, so Tuesday, the frequently asked questions will be available. And I just want to also note February 4th, is that correct? Can you say, repeat that date and the opportunity?
February 4th, 9 a.m. till noon at Mini Center.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for that information. I know that'll be helpful for families as they're making decisions. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
Madam Chair, I have two items I'd like to see about adding to the agenda. One is the title Safer School Resolution. And the other one is appliance budgetary items. If we could add both of those items after the consent items and before operation services.
Move approval of the agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is our consent, sorry, I went way too far. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education monthly meeting minutes.
Move approval of the minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Sears, seconded by Ms. Chavez. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. Minutes pass unanimously. The next item on our agenda is our general public comment. And I have a statement that I'm going to read before we get started. A quick review of our rules. We're going to ask you to first, as your speaker, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on the podium, you will have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to public education, safety of students, or to the operation of the school system. Finally, the board members will listen carefully and consider your comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speakers. All right. Our first speaker is Nancy Cortez, and they will be followed by Humberto Trejo.
Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta Directiva, doctor Mubenga y miembros del...
Señor
I'm sorry.
Cortez, can you make sure your microphone? There we go.
Bueno. Okay. Buenas noches, miembros de la Junta Directiva, doctor Mubenga y miembros de la Administración Escolar.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education, Dr. Mubenga, and members of the Board of Education.
Como padres, tenemos que asegurarnos que las necesidades académicas y emocionales de nuestros hijos e hijas afrontan en estos momentos sean atendidas.
As parents, we need to make sure that all the needs, not only academic, but emotional of our children will be attended.
Necesitamos personal que les pueda dar instrucción específica en grupos pequeños para que alcancen el nivel académico en el que deben estar.
We need staff that can give our students this specific instruction in small groups so then they can reach the level, academic level that they need to be in.
Por lo tanto, nuestra recomendación es que una buena parte de la donación se utilice para contratar personal adicional capacitado.
For this reason, it is our recommendation that a great amount of the donation to be used to hire personal staff who's trained to assist in our students' needs.
Asistentes de clase, mentores académicos, intervencionistas, maestras de ESL, maestros de EC, para llevar a cabo estas intervenciones académicas en las escuelas primarias intermedias.
Assistants, academic mentors, interventionists, ESL teachers, EC teachers to be able to satisfy the needs of our students.
Entendemos que no desean gastar el dinero para contratar personal permanente, pues estos fondos no se reanudarán. Por lo tanto, les pedimos que se hagan contratos de trabajo de 2 o 3 años, con la posibilidad de renovar si el distrito recibe los fondos de Leandro.
We understand that maybe you would not want to use all the money to hire new staff because doing that, we will require that the money will be renewed. However, we ask you that you hire people for 2 or 3 years to see if we can renew these monies and then we can use the money from the Leandro.
En la comunidad de Durham hay muchos adultos que trabajan con contratos limitados. Por lo tanto, no pensamos que esta sea una barrera.
In the Durham community, there are many adults who work with limited contracts. That's why we think that it wouldn't be a barrier.
Nada funciona sin talento humano, sin maestros, ni asistentes, conductores de autobuses capacitados.
Nothing works without human talent, without teachers, assistants, bus drivers who are trained.
Les dejamos con algo que dijo Malcolm X. La educación es nuestro pasaporte para el futuro, porque el mañana pertenece a la gente que se prepara para el hoy.
I would like to leave you with the thought of Malcolm X. The education is our passport for the future, because tomorrow belongs to the people who prepares themselves today.
Nosotros nos comprometemos a continuar trabajando junto a ustedes para crear un sistema equitativo y sostenible donde todos nuestros hijos e hijas reciban la educación que merecen para que el mañana de ellos esté lleno de éxito.
We are compromised to continue working together with you. So then supporting the equitative system so that it's sustainable for our students to receive an education that they deserve, so their tomorrow will be full of successes.
De antemano, les agradecemos su tiempo y consideración.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Humberto Trejo, followed by Sue Guptill.
Buenas noches, miembros del board. Gracias por otra oportunidad más que se nos da.
Good night, members of the board. Thank you for another opportunity that you're providing.
Ok, estoy aquí porque sé que se aprobó el programa, el plan de Creciendo Juntos. Yo estoy a favor de eso, créanme. Me gusta el plan, me gusta lo que están implementando. Como se dice, Durham está creciendo mucho. Tenemos también que expandir los espacios para todos, ¿verdad? Y es algo muy, muy importante.
I am here because the Growing Together program has been approved and I like it. I know I support what you are doing. I know that Durham is growing a lot.
Al mismo tiempo, también les dejo saber que mucha comunidad latina no conoce qué es Creciendo Juntos.
I would like to let you know that many people of the community, Latinx community, don't know what it means growing together.
Pero más sin embargo, aquí estoy yo, soy un líder comunitario e informo a la gente qué es lo que está pasando en las escuelas públicas de Durham.
However, I am here, I am a member of the community and I'm leader of the Latinx community to inform people what is happening in the Durham Public Schools system.
Al mismo tiempo, los quiero dejar saber que si necesitan ayuda extra, aquí estamos. Habemos organizaciones latinas que estamos al frente luchando por la comunidad latina y necesitamos saber lo que está pasando en DPS.
At the same time, we would like to know if you need any kind of help, we are here to support you. There are other institutions and organizations of Latinx who are interested in support the community. Please let us know.
En el pasado yo les comenté en varias reuniones que hemos tenido que se acerquen a nosotros o nosotros a ustedes. Yo sé que en línea todo tenemos, pero mucha comunidad tenemos la necesidad de tener físicamente flyers, publicidad, que no se está dando mucho.
I know that now everything goes online and we need to get to you to get together and you need to be close to us so then we can have all this information, not only online, but also flyers and some tangible things.
He estado en talleres que otras organizaciones han hablado de Creciendo Juntos. Créanme que lo han explicado totalmente excelente. Los aplaudo, pero también DPS tiene que trabajar en eso.
I have been in different meetings where other institutions had explained clearly about growing together, but I think that DPS should help us do this too.
Les doy las gracias por esto, que me están escuchando. También quiero agarrar unos minutos porque quiero saber dónde están los 18 millones que se nos dieron a DPS, que no los he visto, no he escuchado nada. No sé qué está pasando. A escuchar a la señora anterior que llegó y dice que implementemos como algo extra para nuestros jóvenes que se están quedando atrás. Esos 18 millones se pueden ocupar en eso. No contratar personas permanentes, pero temporales para que nuestro nivel académico de los niños esté creciendo y lleguemos a la meta en corto tiempo.
Thank you for giving us the time to listen to me. And I also would like to know what is happening with the $18 million. I haven't heard anything about it. As the other person said, we could hire, I know that we cannot hire people permanently, but temporarily. And this money could be used to hire more staff to help our students.
Los jóvenes y los niños latinos están teniendo muchos problemas con las clases de ESL. Necesitamos enfocarnos mucho en eso, por favor, se los pido. Soy un padre que en estos momentos tiene una situación, ¿verdad? Con uno de sus hijos en este tema de ESL. Estamos trabajando junto con la escuela, hemos superado mucho, pero miro la necesidad que ahí está.
Quisiera que nos enfoquemos mucho en ayudar. We would like to focus ourselves in providing help to our students, to our children, especially in ESL. I am a father and I have a child. We have been having some difficulties. However, we are going ahead and we need help to these students.
Muchísimas gracias y que tengan buena noche. Yo sé que estas juntas son largas y los aplaudo, de verdad los aplaudo porque es un trabajo muy fuerte el que están haciendo. Ser un líder es un trabajo muy fuerte que nunca termina.
Thank you so much. I know that these meetings are very long and extensive, and I applaud you for that. I know it's very difficult to be a leader. I want to thank you for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And if you all had seen, for our speakers that need interpretation, we do give double the time to make sure we have time for that. All right, next up, we have Sue and Lou Myers. You all signed up together, but would you like joint time? Okay.
I think we've got,
All
we
right.
expected 3 minutes, so,
All right.
yeah, okay. Okay. Good evening. My name is Sue Guptill, and I'm a member of St. Philip's Episcopal Church on East Main Street. Here with me is Lou Myers, who is a member of St. Titus Episcopal Church on Moline Street. 3 of the 5 mission priorities for the Episcopal Diocese of North Carolina are care for creation, collaboration, and racial reckoning, justice, and healing. We have been involved in an activity that encompasses these 3. A partnership effort with Fayetteville Street Elementary School that gives students who are primarily students of color an opportunity to spend time and learn outdoors. We, Lou, just handed you copies of our diocesan magazine so that you can see the details. Now I'd like to turn this over to Lou, who will tell you more.
Thank you, Sue. Good evening. As Sue said, the emphasis of the church's priorities really drove us to want to do something. I mean, you just can't sit back and not do anything. The questions were, how can we help and what do we have to contribute? Deacon Jill Stanton and Sue of St. Philip's, along with Reverend Yancey, Deacon Sarah Woodard, and I at St. Titus, we met over Zoom meetings trying to answer those questions. We thought working with an elementary school would be best, and St. Titus has had a long relationship. We adopted C.C. Spalding, but they were not ready. But then we got what we call the aha experience. We said, someone remembered that Linda Turgeon, former parishioner at St. Philip's, worked at DPS. We met with her and asked her how we could help. As they say, the rest is history. We were sort of wandering around in the wilderness, and she gave us the direction. She understood what we wanted to do. She understood what our resources were. She arranged a meeting with several principals close to our schools. As a result of that meeting, Ebony Bailey expressed an interest. We went and met with her, and that was a really amazing meeting because she was speaking as to how outdoor learning helped her. So she was interested. She turned us over then to Nancy Lambert, who is the art teacher, but she had a pollinator garden, and you can read about the results of what we did there. And I will say we were surprised but pleased that we made the cover. And we were happy, and we want you to be able to brag. And with all the good things that went on here, there's a lot to brag about. We know that we can scale this program because we have a template on how to do it. We have parishioners who are serious gardeners and enjoy sharing their experiences with the students. We were able to involve additional resources, including Creekside Cares. They helped rebuild the beds, the Audubon Society. They helped identify optimal locations for bird houses and baths. And the North Carolina Museum of Life and Science, they helped develop ideas around outdoor education. And there were no costs to DPS with any of this program. We appreciate this time. One, we wanted to let you know about our partnership, and thank you for the opportunity to work with some really talented and dedicated staff. We were fortunate to have a successful first launch. That doesn't happen often, but we're eager to get some additional schools. And Linda said that she'll get with us again. Thank you.
Thank you all. Amazing celebration of the great work happening in our schools. Next, we have Owen Ambrose, followed by Beth Rudder Myers.
Hello, everybody. I'm a student at DSA, and I'm here to talk about the high school final exam exemption rules in policy 3410. I'm an A honor roll student, and usually that would mean I would be exempt from non-mandatory final exams. However, earlier this year, I was out of school for 8 days while sick. And according to the policy, I'm only allowed to have 6 absences, which means I cannot be exempt from the exams at the end of the year. I don't believe that I should be penalized for something that's out of my control, and this also encourages people to return to school while sick to avoid going over the 6-day limit. I request that the policy does not apply to excused absences. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Following Beth, we'll have Hannah Mokerl, and I apologize if I am mispronouncing your names. Thank you, Beth.
Hi, my name is Beth Rudd Myers, and I'm the parent of a 4th and a 1st grader at Club Boulevard Elementary. I'm here tonight to ask you to clarify the policies for schools such as Club that are losing their arts magnet status. Our new DLI program will phase in over several years, starting with kindergarten. But I don't understand whether students from the central zone in grades that won't yet have a DLI option can apply to stay at the school and receive priority after the boundary seats are filled. Last week, the administration stated that students at a year-round school would be prioritized for another year-round school, same for Montessori, but that students at an art and humanities magnet won't get this level of priority because every school has art. I think that shows a lack of understanding and appreciation for the magnet program the club has built. It includes not only art, but dance, music, cultural studies for every student, not just a small group. It also offers chorus, a dance team, Friday clubs, and open access library time. I know that voting last week was a step you needed to take in this process, but I'm asking you to look at each school and see what options you have within the Growing Together framework to minimize disruptions to families, teachers, and school communities during this transition. Please understand that in the absence of clear information, people are making choices right now to change schools, to volunteer or not, to stay at their job or not, because they don't know what the future holds. Thank you.
Thank you. The Hannah Merkel, I apologize, Hannah, and Kim G-Gore, I should know how to pronounce it.
No worries. Hi, Madam Chair and Board and Superintendent Mbenga. My name is Hannah Murky, so it's murky like dirty water. And I am a high school English teacher and creative writing teacher and the writing pathway chair at DSA. I am here tonight with my co-coach for Battle of the Books, Kim Gugino, and I cede the rest of my time to her with my support.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the school board, and Dr. Mbenga. I promise I'm not going to take all of that time, but I do tend to be a little bit long-winded and wanted to make sure that I did not run out of time this time. My name is Kim Gugino, and I am the librarian at Durham School of the Arts and the District High School Media Lead. We are here this evening to request that refrigerators and microwaves are not removed from our classrooms and workspaces. For many of us, we spend more hours a day in our schools than we do in our homes throughout the school year. And for most of us, hot lunch and a cold drink are much of what keeps us going throughout the day. Removal of these appliances is guaranteed to not move forward strategic priority 3, which is on your agenda this evening. We understand that an agenda item to address budgeting for commercial appliances has been added. However, the removal of these appliances is not aligned with the fire code per communication with the fire marshal. And there is no reason to spend this additional money on purchasing commercial grade microwaves and refrigerators when that money can be better spent to support teaching and learning in our schools. Ms. Murky and I had previously planned to participate in a professional development webinar this evening through the University of California at Irvine online titled Chat GPT and the Future of Writing Instruction. However, we felt called to speak this evening, and so we thought we would share our thoughts in the form of a Shakespearean-esque sonnet written by Chat GPT. My gracious King, we plead for clemency, for we who serve your kingdom faithfully are but teachers in a state of fear, lest we should lose the items we hold dear. Our microwave and refrigerator too are treasured things that we must pursue, for without them, our life will be undone, our grip on reality, our career all gone. I thought that was pretty good. The evil sheriff, his plans to take away our appliances have caused so much dismay, leading to stress eating and sleepless nights, that is true, and strain amongst family and friends alike. Our King, we beg you, please hear our plea and grant us mercy so that we can be free from this crisis of choice, test all sanity. If nothing else, grant us this one charity. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jordan Parker, followed by Chloe Daniel.
Hello, and good evening to you all. My name is Jordan Parker. I am a senior at Durham School of the Arts, and I'm here with my student council. I'm here to speak to you all today about the exam exemption policy. It is a policy that I would encourage all of you to change. The policy states that students are allowed 6 absences excused and unexcused if they have an A in said class, and 4 absences excused and unexcused if they have a B in said class. I feel this policy is very rigid in the midst of a time where sickness is running rampant. I work in the front office during the 5th period at my school and get to witness firsthand the sheer amount of students getting signed out early each day because of headaches, head colds, COVID, flu, etc. It's sad to know that just from being out for a few days from a head cold that you would have to take an exam in a class that you may be already proficient in. If you understand the course and have proved yourself, I feel that you shouldn't have to take the exam for the class. I feel it should be based on unexcused tardies to class or mirroring the state policy for 10 unexcused absences per semester with an A or B average. I feel either of these would be better options for DPS students as a whole. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Chloe Daniel, followed by Elizabeth Thompson.
Hi, my name is Chloe. I am a senior at Durham School of the Arts. I am also the student body president, and I have seen a few of your faces because I'm also in the steering committee. So I'm also here today to talk about the exam exemption policy. So for me, I actually was flown out by 2 colleges this year to have interviews and also experience the campus. And so now I have to take my exams for classes that I have A's in. And I am not somebody who likes to miss school. In my freshman year, I famously came to school very, very sick because I was very scared of getting that 6 absence. And then I did end up sleeping through my whole 3rd period and not learning anything because I was honestly just too sick to come to school. And I went home immediately after that. And just from these personal experiences, as a student who does have a lot of anxiety about missing school, but still ending up with that 6 absences, I don't think it's fair. All of my students work very hard. DSA is a very rigorous school, and not to mention all the other schools in the district. All these students are putting in all their work to get these A's and B's, but yet they're still being punished for choosing to stay home when sick. Mental health is a very real thing, and I have taken a mental health day this year because I was very overwhelmed with things. And I just feel like if we want to really make DPS a safe place for students and also increase our academic engagement, we need to also understand that students miss school for very valid reasons. And that's why I also urge you to move the exam exemption policy district-wide to only include unexcused absences for 10 days instead of the full 6 days with excused or unexcused absences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Elizabeth Thompson, Paul Thompson, followed by Glenn Thompson.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I am a DPS parent, and I am here to support my son, Glenn. Come on up, Glenn and Paul. I need to pass my time to him, he tells me. So,
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you could just come over to the mic, we have people that are streaming and watching online, so this will help us keep track of the meeting.
My name is Paul Thompson. I'm Glenn's dad, and I'm ceding my time to him as well.
Glenn, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Board members of Durham Public Schools, my name is Glenn Thompson, and I'm a senior at Durham School of the Arts, which a lot of my peers here are today. But I'm here to talk about the implementation of the new Gaggle AI surveillance system that Durham Public Schools has implemented. Because I think that the Gaggle AI system is an abuse of student privacy rights. The student policy code that I have right here states that students, employees, visitors, and other users of Durham Public Schools devices and networks have no right or expectation to privacy. And I understand why this is a measure that's in place and why it is necessary, because there are things that our schools have to make sure that our students are saying or doing that will not cause harm to themselves or other students. But I believe that Gaggle AI is something that crosses the line. It has already, within a week of its implementation, caused problems at my school that I have noticed. There is essentially no more student-teacher confidentiality, because every word that any student or teacher says is being watched and recorded and can be flagged. And we do not know what the Gaggle AI will do with this information because it is a proprietary company. This is also a concern for many types of students, particularly LGBTQ students. LGBTQ related words are flagged and listed, and students may not wish to have that information sent to their administration or cataloged in a database somewhere, but it is. Furthermore, we also must consider what the Gaggle Corporation is and what it does inside. So a lot of this information is not sent directly to administrators, but is sent to people that work for the Gaggle Corporation. The Gaggle Corporation analyzes student data and funnels its conclusions to a safety management dashboard. School administrators with access can see rule violations alongside numeric IDs of the students who have committed them. The dashboard includes a top concerned list, which displays a scoreboard of students who have violated Gaggle's rules over a particular time period, and administrators can expand the graph into a rank that lists the students within their districts based on how often Gaggle's rules are violated. Furthermore, if a student who has said common profanity 3 times, school officials will be alerted. According to Gaggle, students who commit 3 strikes can have their account privileges limited until a school official gives those privileges back. And it's unclear if a student would lose email privileges in these situations, since it can be necessary for communicating with teachers and completing assignments. I am citing an article that was written by BuzzFeed News about 4 years ago in 2019, but it seems that this is still in Gaggle's terms of services. And it's important to note that the Gaggle Corporation, we don't exactly know how their AI fully works because it is a proprietary corporation that is private. According to 2 job descriptions from the same article listed, level 1 safety representatives, these positions are the people who get the information directly from flagged content. And these are contracted employees paid about $10 an hour. So these safety representatives do not need experience in consulting, counseling, or adolescent health, or even working with children, teens, or young adults through familiarity with current, although familiarity with current slang and social media is preferred. A job description posted to Indeed notes that these are typically capped at 38 hours per week, which is just shy of what an employee would need to be considered full-time, so they do not have any benefits that they are legally entitled to. And Gaggle declined to answer to BuzzFeed News whether this level 1 safety representative receives benefits or insurance. I think that another part that's important to talk about, though, is the fact that this was implemented without the knowledge of any students or most teachers in the Durham Public Schools network. No students that I have talked to, nor myself, before a few days ago after it was implemented, even knew of its existence or the extent at which it would monitor all of my communications or content. It's also important to note that according to the document here, which is the section 4000 of the policy manual, code 4302/3225/7320 technology responsible use, that it states under clause B.5 that the use of anonymous proxies to circumvent content filtering or to protect one's anonymity is prohibited by Durham Public School regulations. So even if a student wished to hide their identity or contents, they are forbidden to. It's also important to note from the same article that if students opt out of Gaggle, which they in some places have the right to do if they know about its existence, they would not be able to use their school provided technology and would have to use their private email address for their schoolwork. It's essentially, you don't have a choice. You have to use Gaggle if you want to turn in your work to school, if you want to succeed at school. You have to let yourself be monitored 24/7 at all times. And that is policy. It is 24/7, 365 days a year. And I think that this is an egregious and Orwellian approach to school security. As I understand it, this cost $500,000 for Durham Public Schools to implement. We can't even have nurses more than 2 days a week at our schools. How are we supposed to stop students hurting themselves or others by non-human means if we don't even have humans to help on-site physical injuries? And it concerns me as a student, though I am leaving soon, that this is the school system I am leaving behind, because I don't think any student deserves to be having their selves spied on. I don't think students should let themselves be subject to that. I think every student and faculty has the right to privacy. And I just want to thank you all for listening for 10 minutes to me talk about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Brian Calloway, followed by Ryan Wainbaum.
Good evening, board. I'm Brian Calloway. I love the airtime that contract details are getting tonight. I'm going to keep that train going. I wanted to discuss the first expenditure of the big new bonds that just happened at the last work session on January 12th. The board, by consent, without any discussion, authorized $8.5 million to go towards privatizing construction project management. Now, we've discussed quite a bit about the dangers of privatization. I've heard it out of many of your mouths in the past when we view other arenas of privatization, but just reading the scope of work from the contractor, they are expecting to have at most 7 project managers during the course of a 3-year contract. That means that we are paying over $400,000 per year per project manager for that contract. Just so you know. So we can talk about that another time. What I did want to talk about is kind of peel back the onion a bit and talk about the process that we got to arrive at that contract. In early June, a request for qualifications was issued. This is a professional service, so you don't have a bid. You issue out to designers, engineers, to interview them, rank how they, how the staff believes that they could accomplish the job. There were 3 firms that participated. One is a nationally present firm. Another one is a firm that has decades of experience working in Guilford County, both of which scored some minority woman business enterprise points. And then there was a third firm. That third firm was one eventually selected. It actually scored lowest in capacity, experiences, and qualifications. So the request for qualifications was given to the firm scoring lowest in qualifications. It did score highest in the MWBE category, but if we look a little deeper, find out who owns this firm, the only person that this firm is registered to at the State Secretary of State is an old white man in Mecklenburg County. And if you go to the website, you can't even see who is associated with this firm. It's very opaque. It's more concerning with me because if you look at your December 8th consent agenda during the work session, a firm reported in a $1.29 million contract that 14% would be going to a woman-owned enterprise. That form was filled out in November 2022. In November 2021, a year before that, that woman-owned enterprise had their status revoked because they were sold to a publicly traded company. There's a lot going on in the details, folks. I really hope that we relax the extreme faith that we've had. And well, I'll have to come back later and talk to you another time, I guess. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Next, we have Ryan Wainbaum. I apologize again if I'm mispronouncing names. And Anna Bursack, followed by Crystal Dressbach.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Weinbaum. I know it's tricky to pronounce, but it's all good. My bad. I'm also here to speak on the policy 3410, the exemption policy. I'm a student from DSA. Why I think it's unfair is I'm a national level gymnast and I don't get much recognition from my school. Durham School of the Arts provides the basic common sports that every school has: track, basketball, baseball, and soccer. Because of this absent policy, when I need to go to a competition because of my sport, that is an unexcused absence. When other students leave for a school sport, their absence is excluded because of policy 3410. I think it's unfair for people who do sports outside of school for those to be counted as unexcused absences because my school can't provide them. Another reason I'm here today is because of the rise of COVID-19 and influenza. On the DPS Board Education website, the policy for isolation of sickness states that if a student or staff must be isolated for 5 days if we get COVID or influenza. If I'm basing this on the 5 days that I need to be gone from school before I have to take another COVID test to be cleared, I only have 1 absence left if I have all A's. I think that's unfair because sometimes I go to school sick and I worried about having to come back to take a final at school, even though I have all A's in my class and I've earned the right to not take a final, even though I'm taking AP finals at the end of the year. To sum this all up, policy 3410 either needs to be changed or updated in order to benefit students and the teachers' needs. By having an A or a B average, students should be able to be exempted from exams without being based on absences. If we continue on with this policy, teachers would have more work to create and give and grade our finals. Thank you for having my time today.
Thank you. Next up, Anna Bursa.
Hello. My name is Anna Bursack and I'm a junior at Durham School of the Arts. This year has been a hard year for me and I've had a lot of absences due to that. In September, I got into a car crash and I was in the hospital for 10 days. In October, I got mononucleosis and I was sick for weeks, causing me to have several absences. Then again, in October, one of my friends passed away, and that affected not only me, but many others. All that happened to me is only an example of situations that could inhibit someone from going to school. Even after all of this, I was able to maintain all A's and B's, yet I still have to take the teacher-made exam at the end of the year. What if someone had COVID or other physical health issues or mental health issues? Why does it even matter? By enforcing students to have to take exams if they have an excess amount of absences, you are telling them we don't care what's going on in your life. Even if you have valid reasons and good grades, you have to take this exam. You are telling people that they should come to school even if they have COVID, even if they are sick or injured, even if they are not doing well mentally, or if someone passed away. Students will come to school sick so they can avoid absences, negatively affecting themselves and others around them. You are telling students to not put themselves first. You are forcing unhealthy habits upon students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Crystal Dreisbach and followed by Teresa Blackington.
Good evening, school board members. Thanks for the opportunity to give some good news. I want to tell you about a positive new pilot program starting next month at 4 DPS schools. I'm from Don't Waste Durham, which is a, did I even say my name? I'm Crystal Dreisbach from Don't Waste Durham, which is a local nonprofit that creates solutions to prevent trash. And we are big fans of Durham Public School and always looking for ways to work together with our solutions. And we are very lucky because this past fall, Don't Waste Durham forged an official partnership with Durham Public Schools for the first time, like contract, where we get to support Durham Public Schools, specifically Mr. Clifton Williams over at Maintenance and Environmental Services has been absolutely amazing. He is, in our history of working with Durham Public Schools, one of the best champions for this recycling pilot that we're bringing to Durham's public schools. We know that aside from a few amazing schools that are implementing some sort of teacher student-led programs, the history of recycling at Durham Public Schools has been patchy and unclear and not fully standardized. So what we've been wanting to do for a long time, and now we're able to, we designed the DPS Recycling Success Project. And this is, the way we're supporting is looking at what are the best practices from all over the country. We can design a program so we don't have to reinvent the wheel, and we don't have to do things in a way that might fizzle out and die and continue to bring down people's confidence of whether recycling works. And so we've got 4 really excited schools. That's Pearson Town, Lion Farms, Neal Middle, and Southern High School. And aside from Mr. Clifton Williams, we've loved working with Mr. Joez Rebello, who is, of course, in charge of all the custodians. And Mr. Williams and Mr. Rebello are just really open to finding solutions. And we so appreciate that, because sometimes things are hard and you come up against barriers and then people sort of give up and they're like, well, that's just how it is. But they are with us in trying to figure out, okay, well, what if we did it this way? And that's been really wonderful. And we've also got to work with Dr. Lyndon Thayer in nutrition planning, and she's been amazing as well. So I don't know, I have a little more time. Okay, so this is like we're also playing the long game here, because we're all about reducing waste and there's ways to prevent it. Recycling is kind of like mitigation, right? You've already got recycling, but what can we do to prevent things upstream? So, oh boy, not enough time. Dang it. I'll just email you guys. Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Crystal. Next, we have Teresa Blackington, followed by Paige Holt.
Hi, my name is Teresa Dowell Blackington, and I'm a Club Boulevard parent and the PTA president. Thank you to the Growing Together staff for scheduling a community conversation with Club for next Wednesday. We look forward to hearing from you about what Growing Together means for our school and our community. During the town hall we hosted at Club last week, and in countless conversations with families and staff over the past year, I've heard many questions and concerns. While some have been clarified through the various presentations and proposals, many remain. So that our conversation next week can be as productive as possible, I want to share with you today some of the questions that seem most pressing for our community. We hope you will be able to answer these and additional questions our community will bring on Wednesday. What do the numbers look like for club? What percentage of our current kindergarten and first grade students live outside of the new club attendance zone? What percentage of these students live outside of the new central region? How many current kindergarten and first grade students have an older sibling currently in second or third grade who will thus be granted legacy status? What is projected in terms of seats filled at club by students living in the new attendance zone? That is not transfers and not those entering via the DLI lottery, just those in the attendance zone. What is the district doing to make sure that club is able to fill all seats during the orphan year of 23-24 when we maintain our very small walk zone? Those in what will be our new zone must still lottery in to get a seat. Those outside our new zone have no incentive to apply, and some families are making preemptive changes to get ahead of the forced transition of 24-25. How can we protect our funding and staff as we navigate this orphan year? What options are there for maintaining club's humanities programming, especially for those students not in the DLI program? As anyone knowledgeable about our magnet knows, it is so much more than just dance or just art or just history. It is a comprehensive program that affects all aspects of the school. So what can be done to protect this program so that we continue to be a school where all students benefit from programming and not just one class of students per grade? What can be done to link legacy younger siblings with their legacy 4th, 5th grade siblings so that families are guaranteed seats at the same school without having to apply for transfers for one or more of their children? Will club outside of the DLI program be considered a traditional or neighborhood school? Would club be considered a potential placement for students in the central region who are assigned to a program they do not want and thus choose to opt out? What outreach is being done to club teachers specifically to inform them of upcoming changes, answer their questions, listen to their concerns, provide them with incentives to stay at club through these transitions, and ensure good jobs for those teachers whose positions may be eliminated through the change in programming? Thank you for your attention to these concerns. I look forward to hearing from you on Wednesday.
Thank you. Ms. Blackington, you gave a great list of questions. Can you email those to the staff as well so we can make sure? Or
I have emailed it, but I'll be
okay,
glad to do it
thank
again,
you.
but I can-
Or if you can, yeah, thank you. And last but not least, Paige Holt.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, Dr. Mbenga and members of the board. Thanks for hearing my comment. I'm here tonight to speak about the new appliance policy. And with all due respect, the appliances that we're talking about, our refrigerators and microwaves, are not merely conveniences for DPS staff or students. Having these appliances on campus and close by literally allows staff, especially teachers, instructional assistants, front office staff, and EC teachers to be able to have the opportunity to eat during their long work days with our students. Many DPS staff, especially those in elementary schools and EC staff, have extremely limited time to eat, like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, and having to travel to get their food in a common area, and especially if they want to heat up food, would essentially mean that they cannot eat during the day when they are with our students. Most of us are not able to go off campus or take more than 30 minutes, even in the best of cases. And furthermore, nursing parents, staff who need to refrigerate medication, and those who follow religious diets will need access to these appliances. We've heard that there will be exceptions, but we have no idea how to get those exceptions. This new policy is untenable and not the sort of working conditions that we want for our DPS staff. Furthermore, students rely on having places to store their food from home and heat it during the day. And this policy will also affect student ability to get nutritious, safe, home-cooked, and culturally appropriate food as well. OSHA rulings state that having appliances for household use in staff break rooms present no increased risk because they are used in a manner consistent with household use. So I don't understand why staff and students must suffer under this pretense of improving safety when no increased hazard is present. We need these appliances. I know that this policy is a joint decision between DPS and the fire department, but at the very least, it would be extremely helpful to move the start date back of any new policy so that we have the summer to make changes and schedule these different changes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think we have a couple other additional public comment speakers. They can come on in. Okay. Oh. Yeah, if you can come up to the podium right here, state your name. If you're speaking for organization, state the name that you're speaking, the organization that you're speaking for, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Joe Stapleton. I am a teacher here at DPS, and I'm here to talk about the new appliance policy as well. I'm really glad that DPS and the fire marshal have resolved their differences, and DPS is apparently about to fork over hundreds of thousands of dollars to fund commercial grade appliances. And I trust that every workspace in Durham will be held to the same rigorous safety standard as our schools. The new fire marshal is sure to be as beloved in Durham as he is at all his other stops. However, I am doubtful that DPS can, by February 1st, make the sweeping changes in our daily work routines that make it not hard, but impossible for teachers to reliably take the time away from students and other responsibilities necessary for this new policy to be workable, especially for elementary school teachers, who I encourage you to think about in this. Or architectural changes, for that matter. At Jordan, we don't have a common area. We have a closet. I'm co-chair of my department. We've lost 3 teachers this year alone. I'm providing assignments and grading for 2 English classes that have a long-term sub. I know roughly 1 in 3 first and second year teachers leave the profession after 1 to 2 years in DPS. We are already near the number of vacancies at this point in the year, as we have had all of last year. For many people, it hasn't been the best year ever. And with this policy, it's not looking to get much better. I know the fire marshal doesn't care what we think. Fine. Frankly, I don't care what he thinks either. But I do know this. I haven't seen educators this agitated in a long time. So, while I'm glad the district and the fire marshal have reached an agreement, the teachers and staff who make the schools run haven't agreed to anything. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, it concludes our public comment. We'll move to the next item on our, oh, one more, excuse me. Come on in. If you can start by saying your name. If you're speaking for organization, say the name of the organization you're speaking on behalf of. You got 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Riley Finnegan. Speaking for myself tonight, also about the appliance policy. I'm another teacher in DPS, and I share the sentiments of the other teachers who have spoken. I've talked to a lot of coworkers over the last couple of weeks who are really stressed out about this pretty sudden and pretty drastic overhaul to our lunches, right, which are pretty crucial and essential. So yeah, Joe said some of what I wanted to say. This February 1st deadline really has to be pushed back kind of ASAP. People are really starting to stress, make arrangements, wonder what's going to happen next week, what they have to bring for lunch. Really not stress that needs to be added to the plates of our staff. Right. In high school, we just started a new semester. We're trying to build relationships with new students, and people are stressed about this instead, or it's adding to it, which I think is really unnecessary. It's, as Paige said, it's affecting our ability to effectively do our jobs. A lot of people, myself included, work through lunch a few days a week because we need to let a student make up a test. That's what I was doing today. We need to work with a kid who missed some days early in the year or early in the semester. I do that not because I'm like trying to be super teacher or something, but because I just have to do that. Students can't come after school. They can't come in the morning. It's what I have to do my job. And so I just get 10 minutes for lunch. We don't have enough staff to give people lunch breaks. I don't think we're going to be able to figure out how to guarantee lunch breaks until fall at the earliest. So next Wednesday or whatever day it is way too soon to be rushing through this thing. And the last thing I'll say, this plan, I was excited to hear that there's some resources available. So staff aren't expected to buy restaurant grade appliances themselves, but I'm really concerned about the number we're going to be able to afford. We've got hundreds of people using microwaves every lunch period, that's staff and students included. So we would need dozens in just my building, which is feels really unreasonable and overly expensive. So wanted to add that. Thanks for y'all's time. And yeah, hopefully we can push this back until next year when we can think it through a little better. Thanks.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is the Safer School Resolution. I think I'm passing that over to you, Ms. Giovanni.
I believe the board members and the Agenda Review Committee did authorize staff to present it to the board for its consideration. One of the purposes of presenting it at this time is that the due date for the grant precedes your next board meeting. So on behalf of the staff that are requesting it, I do want to apologize for the short notice. And at this point, what we would ask is, Mr. Palmer is here, I believe, if he wanted to shed any additional light. He did present to the Agenda Review Group kind of a little bit about that grant, if the board is interested in hearing that. Otherwise, we would ask, administration would ask the board to review it and adopt it or sign it today so that we can submit it with the grant application.
Got it. Thank you, Ms. Giovanni. I'm gonna pause on that because I skipped our consent items on the agenda, so I apologize. I got too much writing on my sheet up here. So we'll go first to our consent items, and then I think, Mr. Palmer, if you could give a brief overview, that would be great. Our consent items, we have a contract with Jeff Hargett Mechanical for Carrington Middle School chillers. And then we also have a monthly change order report. Our consent items are sent to the board and reviewed in advance of our meeting.
Move approval of consent agenda item.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Now we'll move over to this supporting safe routes to schools. If you can give us just a brief overview of the grant, and that would be awesome. We'll get started.
Good evening, board members, Chair Umstead. Very briefly, in respect to the resolution that is before you this evening, Durham Public Schools has a unique opportunity to continue the work that we've started with the city and county of Durham. The state of North Carolina has historically been opening grant funding opportunities to promote safe access to school for children. That would include not only the physical campus, but getting to the bus stop. Many of our bus riders, for example, are pedestrians before they get on the bus. So the state of North Carolina has a grant application that is open. We were awarded, the Durham community was awarded the grant in 2019 as a first funding phase. The lead applicant at that time was the city of Durham in conjunction with Bike Durham. We've been doing bicycle and pedestrian workshops and education events throughout Durham over these past 3 years. With me this evening is Ms. Kristen Brookshire, our community transportation planner. This new funding opportunity presents a new chapter in that relationship around promoting safe access to school for our children. Again, focusing on all children in Durham, not only elementary, but middle and high school as well. Some of our recent events are a reminder that promoting safe access to campus is a skill set that we need to be thinking about for all children in Durham. And so with that, the new funding round will be led by Durham Public Schools as the first applicant to NCDOT for grant funding. Historically, it has been led by a city, and we are taking a leadership role in the state to suggest again that this is an opportunity to align our values with our efforts. We've been working with the administration this past month to align what it would take to submit the grant application. And there are some core components required for submitting the grant. That would include a resolution or a draft resolution from the board, as well as a letter of commitment from administration. We've been working with our leaders in human resources and finance to review what that would entail. The resolution before you tonight is a statement and a proclamation on behalf of the board to say, again, the values reflecting much of what is existing in board policy as it relates to walking and bicycling to school. If you have additional questions about what we're thinking of in regards to partnerships or the program, Ms. Brookshire is able to answer any additional questions. This is a preliminary step to apply. If we are awarded, we then, of course, be able to provide more information on the specifics of the program.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Ms. Chavez, any questions from the board before we read?
Thank you so much for presenting this to us. I think it's an exciting opportunity. I was wondering when grantees would be notified.
Evening. We've heard this summer, so July.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Valladares.
Thank you all so much. I'm so grateful that you mentioned, our collaboration with Bike Durham. They're definitely, helping us year after year. And so I'm really excited to support this. Bike racks are part of that too. And I appreciate the work that is happening to ensure that our schools are equipped for students who bike to be able to, bike to school. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sears.
Yeah, just remind everyone that this is pretty timely with our conversation last week and what we may want to change about how we get students to school as the challenges come. So thank you for being open to this.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, we'll start with you, Ms. Rogers, and each board member will get a paragraph. There's a copy in our packets. I don't know if board members you've seen that.
It's also in the email at 11 a.m. if you're in your email.
Resolution of the Durham Public Schools Board of Education supporting safe routes to school.
Whereas walking and bicycling to school gives school children time for physical activity, a sense of responsibility and independence, an opportunity to be outdoors, time to connect with parents, friends, and neighbors in communities with less traffic congestion. And
whereas safe walking and bicycling are important life skills that are learned through repeated practice and offer the chance to build physical activity into daily life while reducing oil consumption and carbon dioxide emissions that contribute to climate change. And
whereas all of Durham's children, irrespective of family and neighborhood resources, deserve the opportunity to actively travel to youth-oriented destinations such as schools and parks. And
whereas safe routes to school efforts can remove barriers to walking and biking to school through education, encouragement, and evaluation efforts that empower families to choose walking and bicycling by fostering a community culture for active travel. And
whereas even short periods of skill-based training can significantly help students, number one, navigate the built environment safely by learning and practicing safe travel behaviors. Number two, encourage outdoor learning. And number three, provide opportunities to build self-efficacy and independent mobility. And
whereas the ability and confidence to safely walk and ride a bicycle benefits school children for the entire span of their life, regardless of whether other barriers prevent them from walking or bicycling to their current school. And
whereas by fall 2022, 20 of DPS elementary schools have celebrated National Walk, Bike, and Roll to School Day with events starting off campus or traveling together on campus. And since fall 2021, 10 elementary schools have received bicycle safety education, programming, and physical education classes for third graders, with some schools receiving programming twice. And
whereas the staffing resources for school bus transportation service are limited and school car queue lines can be stressful for families and school staff. Durham Public Schools should support and encourage active travel for school children who currently have safe routes and continue coordination with local, regional, and state partners to expand the potential for active travel through infrastructure improvements. And
Whereas Durham Public Schools is committed to being a state and national leader on safe and active travel to school.
Now therefore, be it resolved that Durham Public Schools will prioritize the safety, well-being, and transportation options for school children in Durham City and County by applying for 3 years of funding, 2023 through 2026, for the North Carolina Department of Transportation's Safe Routes to School Non-Infrastructure Cost Reimbursement Program. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education affirms the value of safe and healthy transportation options and the investments required to plan and operationalize support for active school travel.
Be it further resolved that the Durham Public Schools Board of Education encourages school administrators to participate in safe routes to school activities with the purpose of improving student safety, health, academic achievement, and school community relationships.
Do I just say signed?
Sure. Yeah, so the last part is signed this day, January 26, 2023. With I'll take a motion to approve the resolution.
I make a motion to approve the resolution of the Durham Public Schools Board of Education supporting safe routes to school.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Lewis. Any other discussion? Just really appreciate the foresight with this grant that's going through. I hear people talking about can we have alternatives for our students to get to school? That'd be sidewalks, biking, bus transportation. So thank you all for the foresight. With that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda, we have the appliance budgetary item. I'm gonna pass this over to you, Dr. Mabenga.
Board members, as I stated in my remarks, that's we all been dealing with this issue with fire marshal for the past probably a couple months. So I was able to have a good conversation today with a fire marshal, and 2 of our board members were invited as well. Tonight, we decided to bring a recommendation to you. Based on our conversation with our principals, they were able to submit the list of appliances that they think is going to be appropriate for the building, so that our teachers and the staff will be able to navigate the building and be able to use those appliances properly. So without further ado, I'm going to pass this to Mr. Lusura, who has a brief presentation and the cost of what it's going to cost for us to be able to acquire those appliances. I think the way we're going to proceed, if you approve this tonight, instead of having an order centrally, we're going to push this to the school level. They're going to have the code. And with that, I think based on our talk with our school leaders that's been able to buy some of those appliances, with Amazon, it may take 3 days to be able to acquire those microwaves, but refrigerators may take a little bit longer. So we're going to try to expedite this process as quickly as possible. So without further ado, Mr. Lusura, I'll let you present.
Good evening, board members. We took on this process because of the need to provide the schools the funding, because it's not fair for them to implement something that was given to them, handed to them, handed to us by the fire marshal to make sure that we could be compliant. We felt the need to give them additional funding. So we did the poll, and as we went through the process, we have a document that breaks down by elementary school, middle, and high, the number of microwaves and number of refrigerators that they needed. Here you'll see a table that just a summary of what we have. The first column that we have 147 in total are going to be the number of refrigerators that the schools are in need of. We have 208 microwaves that are needed in the schools, and coming up to a total cost of $366,800 based on these numbers. If they get revised, it could go up a little bit more. But at this time, we polled all the schools and this is the number that we have at this point in time. Again, the refrigerators are the bigger cost. We were looking at $2,000 per refrigerator to make sure that they could get the quality grade refrigerators that they needed, and $350 per microwave. So that gives you an idea of the cost that we're going to be putting into this allocation to the schools so that they can, if they've already purchased them, then they can move the money around and utilize it for supplies and materials wherever else they need.
Also, I wanted to add, if it's the pleasure of the board, if this is approved tonight, would like to move the date of February 1st for compliance to April 1st. When we come back after spring break, that will be my recommendation tonight, just to give our schools a couple months to be able to order those and be able to have them in place. So that will be my recommendation tonight. So we're here to get your approval.
Thank you, Dr. Mavinga and Mr. Lasore for that presentation. Are there any questions from board members or motion? Ms. Byer?
Well, I'm so appreciative of you all continuing these conversations. I'm happy to approve this just as a stopgap, but I fundamentally understand the frustrations of our professionals, our staff, and our educators about why they feel that this will not be enough and this will not satisfy their concerns. So I'm glad y'all had conversations. But I mean, as I looked up dorm room policies for Central, Duke, School of Science and Math, those young teenagers and young people can have refrigerators in their dorm rooms currently per fire code in Durham. And so when you try to explain to professional adults that they're not trusted in that same way, I understand why they feel disrespected. And so I'm glad y'all had conversation today. I don't think it can be the end of the conversation because it's not logical to professional people. And so, I'm happy to support this expenditure as long as every school has something, and I have concerns about schools that didn't ask for anything. Do you all have answers on Neil and like some of those schools that have zeros in their columns? Like, it doesn't seem, that also troubles me.
So we're able to reach out to all the schools, and as Mr. Lasure said, this number can change. The fact that we're bringing this also is beyond $300,000. So if there are going to be any additional items that may cost a good $20,000, $30,000, we'll be able to take care of those.
And Mr. Sor, where is this money coming from? Because we don't have a piggy bank. Like, the county has a piggy bank, but really, where are we getting $366,000?
So like we do every year, we usually have money that is unspent at the end of the school year. We're using those lap salaries because of the number of teaching positions that are vacant and all other positions that are vacant as well. We're utilizing those dollars to offset this expense for the schools.
And then why was this okay last year? And why has a new employee working in Durham decided this is not okay this year? That is, I think, fundamentally the other thing that makes no sense to our people. Do you all have any?
Mr. Sears?
Yeah, so I'm thankful to the fire marshal and a member of his team for coming and speaking with us today. And I do want to, for those listening, share that I brought to the conversation my work at Hillside for 7 years and what had been okay and what would get flagged and what would be told to us. and power strips and all these things. And we discussed that the tension that some of the staff share with us tonight are very real. In fact, I think nearly verbatim, we shared one of our public commenters assessments of the stress level, and this perhaps being a straw that can break our staff's back. So we are getting to know one another. I see progress coming in the future. And there's also an education piece. So now I'm finally getting to answer your question. There is an education piece here for all of us, including the fire marshal, but certainly for us as operators of buildings. I'll also say that we were reminded that this doesn't simply operate at a county level. There are state requirements and state interpretations, insurance interpretations into this work. But I came out of the meeting confident that the two staffs are going to work productively in that education and perhaps a re-education as codes continue to evolve. And we started and ended the meeting with the absolute fact that everybody wants our schools to be as safe as possible.
Just add a little bit, that was a great summary, Mr. Sears, of the meeting today. I think one distinction that was drawn too between some of those dorm rooms and our school buildings, that they are wired differently. So many of those dorm spaces are wired for, and I will not get into electrical, but are wired for multiple refrigerators, multiple microwaves, because that's how the building is built, and our schools are not built in that same capacity. So I think that, to get really plainly to that question, was another concern that was brought up today.
So you, though, see this as one step in an ongoing discussion, then? Is that fair? Is that?
I would like to get our staff in a good place. I don't want to give them a false promise, then get back to where we are again. The fire marshal was very explicit. He was able to bring up all the law, state law as well. We need to be in compliance. I think this was really good compromise to be able to move 2 months forward so we can get our building in code. I don't want to scare anybody. While we're meeting with the fire marshal, one of our buildings was about to catch fire too, one of the high school. So because of the same incident as well, we wanted to bring that to the closed session. So we gotta be careful. We gotta make sure that we comply with the code. I don't want to foresee anything drastic happening here where we have to start moving thousands of students to another building. So the guys willing to work with us in an extension of 2 months will help us really expedite the process. Starting by Monday, start having those appliances. We're gonna work with our principals. I heard some of the concerns from our staff. That's our covering classes and all that kind of stuff. We're gonna see and work with our principal to be mindful of that, so that our staff will be able to have at least a 30 minutes lunch.
And I think I want to highlight too on this list that we have here that schools have asked for multiple refrigerators and multiple microwaves that will be provided, because we recognize that every building is different. And if you are on a different building and that's away from the break room, you might not have the opportunity to get there for your lunch period. And so we asked, and I remember when this first came out, I said, Dr. Mabinga, we got to provide this for our schools. We should not put this on them. And the opportunity for schools to request multiple, I think, is a way that we're trying to show good faith that we want to make sure that our educators have what they need. I recognize there's a lot of convenience that comes with having your device or having your appliances close with you, but we have to also realize that we need safe school buildings for our students and for our educators. We don't want buildings that are damaging the electrical systems there and that could cause harm to folks. Ms. Rogers.
Thank you for this. So appreciative that we're making efforts for our staff to have this access. I have a question around process. You said we're pushing this to the principals to let the principals make the purchases. Are we ensuring that what they've requested is what they will actually have in the school Is there a process to that? I know there are some schools and even some PTAs that have already made purchases for commercial devices. And while I don't expect the parent organizations to be reimbursed, I hope somebody from central office is ensuring that, you know, the 2 refrigerators and 2 microwaves that Y.E. Smith has requested will be available at Y.E. Smith at the deadline. And that they won't like short. You know what I'm saying? Not particularly Y.E. Smith, but just in general, that they'll have what matches this. You said they can move the money.
Correct. In regards to moving the money, Ms. Rogers, this is, if they've already purchased them. A lot of the schools are purchasing through Amazon and getting them in 3 days, 3 to 5 days. So we know that they're getting them in. Some of the schools have already ordered them, gotten them in already. And we're just making sure that we give them the funding that supports the request that they had from us. So, for instance, you said Y.E. Smith with 2 refrigerators, 2 microwaves. If they have already purchased those things, the microwaves is probably what they're getting first because the refrigerators take a little longer. But they are available and can be shipped from that standpoint. But the key is that if they've ordered them already and they've spent $250, it didn't come up to $350, they have $100 left over. They can move that money out of that line item to use it for other things, to just support their overall program, because we don't want them to be shorted in any way, shape, or form. But we want to be able to provide them the needed money to get going or get reimbursed, basically.
Thank you. I think I understood that part. It's the making sure that they have the number of devices that they've sought approval for. And that does that make sense?
So, yeah, yes, it makes sense. I think the process has been, reach out to all the principal supervisors, reach out to your principals. They were able to submit a spreadsheet that came to my office. My person was able to organize it and send it to Mr. Lasura. Then Mr. Lasura was able to tabulate the whole thing and then came up with the price. So it's based on what the school have requested. So if we get to the point where there's a school that they feel they are short 1 or 2, we are going to work with them. So we are really committed here to make sure that they have those appliances in place. And I think the next step, probably tomorrow, we're going to have to call a quick 15 minutes meeting with our principals and make sure we explain to them the process so they can get started.
Ms. Chavez and Ms. Byer.
Thank you all for working on this. I know this has been, it's just been a lot of work for everybody who's been involved. And I'm glad to hear about the conversation that was had with the fire marshal and his staff member. And I hope that there can continue to be those conversations. I have one question that's coming up for me is, knowing that we've all become more electronic dependent. Now we have, whatever they're called with, multiple things to plug. We have like 6 things to plug into one outlet and all of that. I have a question thinking toward the future with our new schools and our renovations, if they will include any changes in electrical wiring that may allow for these type of appliances. I don't know very much about electronics myself, but is there, I was just wondering if that was in consideration at all.
The short answer is no, because the schools are commercial buildings.
Okay, thank you for that. And then another question that's coming up and thinking about this, and I want to say too with I think what we're hearing from teachers is how this will change their routines, how they support students. And I understand the concerns about the interruption to the lunchtime that they often use for other purposes as well. I'm thinking about the space of our schools, and I'm just wondering if in consultation with these principals, if there will need to be new spaces created, if the break rooms, if there's a centralized break room for a school like Hillside, it's very, a lot of our schools very long. Will there need to be other spaces created to hold those appliances, particularly the refrigerators, since they're larger? And is there anything that we need that, you're working with them on in terms of that space, and also both the space to house the appliances and also so that teachers can access them if they're at one end of the building or another?
I'll give an example, probably Rogers Her, where the principal pretty much based on her submission, she really wanted to make sure that every level they have a microwave and they have a refrigerators as well. So these principals, they know the building really well, and based on the needs of the building, how teachers, different grade level, different department, they can navigate through the building. That's how they were able to submit those lists.
Ms. Byer, did you have additional questions?
I don't want to belabor any of these points, but I do want to be clear that this board, this administration are committed to safety as a first priority on everything. Safety is foundational to going to school. But we also have aging buildings. We have infrastructure that is older. Typically, it is legacied in to prior fire codes and not had to be brought up to current fire codes. I looked at some of the reports and I hate that some of this has played out in the press when it should be Durham people coming together like you all did today to try to act as responsible adults and make a solution. I hate how much money we're spending on this when we want to spend our funds on services for children while we keep them safe. And that's what we will continue to prioritize. But I mean, I looked at some of the citations and things, and they included, we didn't have fire extinguishers at outdoor tents. Okay, we put up tents for COVID and they didn't have a fire extinguisher. I looked at, we couldn't decorate doors in elementary school with paper. That's what elementary school teachers live for. Like, that is all about reaching children and making them feel welcome as they walk in the door of their classroom. So it feels like we're still speaking separate languages. And if we can continue to bring some educators to the conversation gently, they can convey how they are doing this work of keeping children safe and also feeling respected. I think whoever's making these decisions at the city county level needs to understand how tenuous our staff are. And we'll get to that on an agenda item soon. And if we lose one teacher over this was the wrong direction for Durham to be forced into. So I look forward to kind of continuing to have really thoughtful conversations because we are all on the same team. So I'm happy to buy these things, and I will move that we approve this expenditure tonight.
Second. It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Valladares. I just want to also add, the conversation today was around how do we educate our students and keep them safe. And I think I want to just keep reminding us that while this policy may feel like a attack, it is around how to keep our educators and families and everyone in our school building safe. And following the fire codes and safety regulations is a way to make sure that happens, especially in our aging buildings. So I think as much as we'll continue to have these conversations, the role of the fire marshal is to make sure that we're following the expectations to keep folks safe in our buildings. It's about preventing anything from happening. So I appreciate y'all for this conversation, but just want to remind us that while that is at the forefront of why we're doing this and why some of the expectations are coming out. So it's been moved, it's been properly second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Dr. Mabinga and your team for the quick work on this item.
But, Ms. Umstead, do we also need to approve the pushback date to April 1st or, no? Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I think we are good. All right.
So that will be communicated to staff though, more than just the meeting tonight.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
We send the correspondence tomorrow.
And the next item on our agenda will go to Operation Services. We'll start with the Strategic Plan Priority 3 update. Pass it to you, Dr. Olsen.
Yes, good evening, Dr. Mabinga, Chair Umstead, members of the board. It is our pleasure tonight to share with you some updates for Strategic Priority 3, attracting and retaining outstanding educators. As we go 2 slides forward, we want to recognize the outstanding team members that we have that make up Strategic Priority 3. We have 3 goals, 3A, B, and C, and you can see those outlined here. And we have our goal team leaders who are here tonight to help share information with you around Strategic Priority 3. So we have Ms. Kimberly Hager, who will share for 3A, Michelle Hayes, who will share for 3B, and Jeffrey Coweek, who will share for 3C. We have done some restructuring within HR as well as in other areas across the district so that we can have an intense focus on staffing, recruitment and recognition, as well as employee relations. So we will begin going to the next slide with our year 4 overview of our 5-year plan. And on the next slide, you will see that with our 3 goals, teacher turnover, Hispanic and Latino recruitment, and employee satisfaction, that we have key focus strategies for each of those. First, when we are looking at teacher turnover, our strategies include a focus on compensation, how we are onboarding and our other support processes for our employees, strategic recruitment and retention strategies based on data, as well as an intense focus on working conditions. For Hispanic and Latino recruitment, we are focused on our partnerships to ensure access to employees who reflect the students who are in Durham Public Schools at all levels. I will say that again, at all levels, classified, certified, and the administrative levels. Fine-tuning and expanding our Grow Our Own programs. We need to start younger. We don't want to wait till folks are in college. We want to look at our students that are committed right here in the Durham community, as well as identifying and collaborating with more Hispanic serving institutions, our HSIs. And then you can see compensation comes up again under Goal 3C, employee satisfaction, as well as that intense focus on working conditions. The next slide actually outlines our current progress. Now, one thing you will quickly see when you look at this slide are where we are with our metrics. And so for Goal 3A, our teacher turnover, we did not meet our goal, as well as 3B and 3C. But I do want to highlight some key things for you. For Goal A, our current performance this year is at, for 2021-22, is at 19.8%. That is projected. We will talk a little more about this, but teacher turnover is calculated March to March, and we are still waiting on the final official results from the state. As far as our percentage of DPS educators and staff who identify as Hispanic or Latino, you can see for 21-22, we ended up at 6%, which was below our 8% goal. And for Goal 3C, when we are looking at employee satisfaction, our goal for 21-22 was 89%, and we took a slight dip to 86.8%. So now we will dig a little deeper into what is going on with each of the goals, and we will start with teacher turnover. So if we go to the next slide, you will see here again the individual strategies that are captured. But on the next slide, I want to point to you a detail of our teacher turnover rate over time. So you can see that prior to COVID, and even during COVID, we were experiencing consistent increases or decreases in our turnover rate, with 2020, 2021 being an all-time low at 11.1%. However, last year we jumped to 19.8%, and currently this year, as we even heard in some of the public comment, we were at 19.8% turnover the end of December. So that is truly a call to action and a sense of urgency around having mid-course correction to be able to address where we are right now in January, with that metric being at 19.8% in December. So related to that, if we go to the next slide, you can also see some trends over time. I know there are a lot of numbers on this slide, but if you go back to the 17-18 school year, as well as 18-19, and you look at how the turnover rate changes during the course of the year. So you can see there's March to August, and then how does it adjust for September, October, November, December, just showing you trends. What you're going to find is as you advance to the 21-22 and the 22-23 school years, that those increases are getting greater every month. And so we have to be able to get to the root cause of where that is coming in. We know where that is coming from. We know what some things are, but we have to engage in deeper conversation with our employees and listen to what they are telling us and come up with strategies to be able to address the things that are impacting three key areas. Okay, if we go to the next slide. I know there is a lot of information on this slide, but this is some key facts that were requested regarding the reasons for separation. I would like to highlight here that you will not see percentages that calculate to 100%, that add up to 100% at the bottom, because we focused in on some of the key reasons, and there are some that are not included on this slide. I want you to note the ones that are highlighted as the greatest reasons that are provided for exiting Durham Public Schools. It is interesting that the greatest reason is other reasons. And so if you will see, as of December of this year, 23.8% of the reasons that are given by exiting employees are simply to say other reasons. And so we have a responsibility to dig deeper into what are the other reasons. We want them to tell us what those reasons are. And you can see the trends for this even over time. The next reason is one that we do see some promise in, because we think that we have the ability to impact this. And so if you look at resign to teach in another public school unit, you will see that as of December, 18.72% of our exiting DPS employees went to another public school unit. I would like to add a note here to say that my team is working on digging into this even deeper, because we want to go into that 18.72% and find out what trends do we see in which public school units those individuals are going to. I would also add, notice the trend over time when you're seeing resign to teach in another North Carolina public school unit. In 1819, that was at 15.57%, took a dip during the COVID years. And then last year, the overall percentage for 21-22 was again at 15.75%. The next greatest area is a career change. Now, if you look across time, it is clear that from 2018-19, only 7.72% of our staff were leaving to actually change careers. Right now, that is sitting at 13.37%. We do see more stabilized numbers around those who choose to retire. But one thing that we have had intense discussion about in human resources is if you look at reasons that are provided related to health and disability. You can see a significant increase from prior years in our year where we stand right now with 5.61% leaving related to health and disability. I do think that that speaks volumes about the working conditions that educators are experiencing, not just in Durham Public Schools. When I speak with my colleagues, this is a trend across the state of North Carolina. I would even add, it's not a metric that we like to talk about. It's not highlighted here because of the percentage, but if you will notice to date this year, when we did this presentation, the number of deceased employees in service was 4, and we have had 4 more in the month of July, increasing that number to 8. And so we are working diligently with our employee assistance provider, as well as our other connections, to make sure that we not only have supports, we have some wonderful supports for employees, but we have to make sure that they are readily accessible and that they know what they are, how to access them, and find a clear pathway to ensure that we are increasing our support in that area. You will hear about some of those other supports in that for mental and physical well-being under 3C. On the next slide, it is important for us to talk about the state of affairs for teacher turnover based on years of experience. I am sharing all of these key data points, not to just throw numbers at you, but to capture the reality. We meet with legislators. We have one of the best boards to advocate for our employees in Durham Public Schools. And so I do want us to be aware of the numbers behind what we often hear our employees expressing. There is something in research that is called the life cycle of a teacher. And in the life cycle of a teacher, it basically says if you can get a teacher to year 7, you can begin to stabilize the likelihood of them leaving the profession. And so what you will see here on this slide is you see the same trend line, but the trend line has gone up as far as the percentages that are turning over. So what this actually says, to give you an example, is if you look at the teachers in their first 2 years, for example, we have about 400 teachers in the district within their first 2 years, and 32% of them as of December have left. Okay. So the numbers do not add up to 100 across all of the bars. You're looking at the percentage within each bar. If we were to go years 3 through 5, we would see that 28% are leaving within the first 5 years. One of the contributions to the rising trend line that we're discussing here is related to the alternative pathways to licensure. So I'm going to give you an example of one of those pathways, which is the residency license. And so if we were to go in and look at our statistics regarding our teachers with a residency license, I want to explain a little bit that the residency license replaced what we traditionally know as lateral entry. That license initiated in 2019 to 2020 school year. That was year one of residency license. We had 12 individuals with a residency license just those, 4 short years ago. As it stands right now in 2023, we have this year thus far 133 residency teachers, and we are likely to have 150 by the end of this school year, we project. So I want you to think about 3 key things. We talk a lot about compensation, but when we're looking at recruitment, retention, working conditions, and all of this, it is built on 3 pillars. You have to have your compensation, you have to have your human capital, and you have to have your culture. And so if we just think about the aspects of our residency teachers, I want us to think about those pieces and the experiences that they are having. When we talk about compensation, we've invested a lot in recruitment and retention bonuses and those sorts of things. But if we have our continued high number of vacancies, a recruitment bonus will not pay enough for that if we can't balance it with the human capital that we need, as well as the culture. When you think about the support during those beginning school years, we are fortunate in Durham to have a full release mentor program. We have not increased mentors to address moving from 12 residency candidates to 133. And so the experiences that they're having when they're onboarded and they're learning the DPS way, that is a tremendous impact on this metric. And so to share some of the things we've implemented, as well as our mid-course corrections, I would like to invite Ms. Kimberly Hager to the microphone to be able to share some more positive news than what I've shared with you, as well as some other strategies.
Good evening. We continue to review our current practices for improvement, which includes diving into the data by schools at a whole new level. Thank you. Marketing the benefits of our beginning teacher support program, which is currently at 90.2%. We're focusing on the evaluation process that provides quality feedback to our employees. We're supporting those with identified licensure needs with programs such as the Central Carolina Teaching Initiative.
Ms. Hager, I'm going to ask them to advance a slide, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
There you go. We're supporting those with identified licensure needs with programs such as the Central Carolina Teaching Initiative. We're encouraging our instructional assistants in becoming teachers through our TA to Teacher program in collaboration with North Carolina Central University. And we're continuing to offer incentives such as bonuses for our identified hard to staff areas. We have adjusted our strategies in this area to include continuing our collaborative meetings with HR and the BT Mentors program in an effort to move our beginning teacher support to 100%. We're exploring more ways of drawing individuals to engage in the mentoring and coaching support of our beginning teachers while still honoring the brilliance of those who tirelessly provide support across our school district each and every day. We're providing more targeted assistance to our alternatively licensed candidates, and we're celebrating our teachers and staff each month through the Teacher of the Month and Employee Recognition programs. For next steps, we are taking a deeper dive into the data, as Dr. Lassane has already talked about, from our exit surveys, as well as creating a plan for conducting stay interviews. Next slide, please. We are working diligently to hit our ultimate goal of a 2-week hiring process timeline by training our staff, strengthening our processes, troubleshooting areas for improvement, and extending collaboration across teams. Some of our key accomplishments this year include conducting the classified salary study estimated to impact approximately 2,200 DPS employees, the payment of recruitment and retention bonuses, including the two $1,500 bonuses DPS employees received in March and again in October of this past year. DPS, in partnership with North Carolina Central University, is celebrating that we are the first school district in the state to have our 4th cohort of the TA to Teacher program. And we have the largest of all of the TA to Teacher cohorts in collaboration with North Carolina Central across the state. We currently have 25 instructional assistants in the program, and there are currently 7 teachers who have completed the TA to Teacher program and are now teaching in DPS classrooms across the district. So that's okay. We're very excited. And one final key accomplishment that we'd like to highlight for this year includes the establishment of the Teacher and Employee of the Month recognition programs in partnership with the Vail Cares Foundation, TOSI chapter of Omega Psi Phi, and the NCCU men's and women's tennis teams. Thank you.
And so on the next slide, well, before we go to the next slide, I would like to also highlight, you'll hear a little more about this later. We also have a trailblazing partnership with UNC Chapel Hill for our DREAM program. And I do want to highlight that bullet that you see there. We don't want to read everything on the slide, but the bullet that you see there that we do have DREAM for DREAM residents. And just a little point, I've actually been talking to principals over the past few weeks as people are actively recruiting and wanting to make sure that they have access to our DREAM residents. And so if we could go to our next slide, we're going to slide into discussing goal 3B, which addresses the percentage of our employees who identify as Hispanic or Latino. On the next slide, you can see our trends over time. Even though we have a no as far as meeting the benchmark goal of 8% last year, this is a metric that you see a steady increase over time with us approaching 6% last year. But I am happy to say that when I calculated our demographics for December, I want you to look at that jump from 6% to 7.2% as of December. And so I am anxious to see that even if the 10% goal is not met, we will see significant progress over this year towards meeting that goal. And so while we celebrate the increases, and you'll hear more about what all has gone into helping get those increases, helping achieve those increases, I want to invite Michelle Hayes, our Executive Director of Talent Acquisition and Employee Recognition, to talk a little more about our efforts. And I would add that our efforts have truly focused on balancing representation instead of just increasing numbers.
Hello again. Durham Public.
Slide.
So Durham Public Schools will continue to build partnerships with our Latinx communities. I am super excited. We are scheduled to attend the North Carolina Annual Hispanic Latino Professional Educator Summit, February the 11th on the campus of North Carolina State, and Dr. Maminga will speak there. We will also continue to visit local stores and banks to talk to our Latinx consumers about opportunities in Durham Public Schools. I am super duper excited on February the 8th. Me along with one of my colleagues, we're going to Florida International University, FIU, for the recruitment fair, which they yield the highest number of Latinx educators. And we will continue to work with members from our strategic team from Priority 3B to recruit from the University of Puerto Rico. Of course, we will continue working with our public relations, marketing, Latinx recruitment efforts. And regarding our next steps, looking at the employment trends for our Hispanic and Latinx employees, analyzing all schools and departments to ensure that we are recruiting and interviewing Hispanic and Latinx applicants. We will plan an in-person recruitment fair in partnership with El Centro, which is our Hispanic organization in Durham who helps connect Hispanic and Latinx to community resources. And our team will work with middle school and high school scholars. Like Dr. Lassane has stated, we can't just start in the colleges, we have to start early. So our team will work with middle and high school counselors, identifying Latinx scholars who are interested in early childhood and K-12 education. I know from the middle schools, they use Naviance. I'm sure in the high schools, they have other career preparatory programs. We have an abundance of Latinx scholars in our school system, so we need to focus on building our teacher capacity from within. As a former principal, it was always important for my scholars to see my teachers and staff who look like them. We will continue to work with North Carolina universities to recruit more of our Latinx educators. Next slide. So for our key accomplishments by June of 2023, engagement with North Carolina Central University and Durham Technical Community College, and educators pipeline to launch our Bull City Teacher Scholars, as well as identifying pathways to teaching. We're going to reiterate, of course, going to FIU and to the annual Hispanic Latino Educator Summit. We will continue to build additional support for our DREAM program. When recruiting, pull non-education majors to discuss alternative licensure track. You don't know what you don't know. So a lot of times when you're talking to current educators who did not go through the educational track, they had no idea that there were even options available through the alternative licensure track. Some of the best teachers are from lateral entry and from our residency licensure program. We will continue to build a comprehensive recruitment package that assists candidates with actually living in Durham. We understand that Durham, the cost of living is expensive, and we will build a comprehensive recruitment package that assists candidates with actually living here. And we will engage with our identified Hispanic serving institutions in focus areas such as Florida, Texas, Puerto Rico, and Honduras.
Okay, I would like to add right here just a moment. Prior to coming to the board meeting today, we talk about the balance between compensation, capital, and culture. And sitting right there in the background is affordable housing. So just prior to coming to the board meeting today, we had a session for employees about home ownership at the Minnie Fort Brown Staff Development Center. And so I do want to take an opportunity to say there are 2 more sessions tomorrow. They are virtual. One is in the morning at 7:30 and one is at 12:30. We appreciate our partnership with Truist that is coming to not only help educate our employees on home ownership, but specifically to talk to them about grant opportunities that may help make home ownership more affordable. And so that is just an example of one of the many efforts, but please, there is still time for our employees that are interested in that level of support, we want to encourage them to join one of the sessions tomorrow if they were not in a session today. We can go on to the next slide. I'm sorry, employee satisfaction is our next area. You can see here that with this metric, we had a steady increase for a number of years until this past year, with an all-time high in 2020, 2021 of 88.1 1% of our employees expressing their employee satisfaction. They're in satisfaction with Durham Public Schools. For the 21-22 school year, we took a dip to almost 87%, and our goal for 22-23 is 91%. And so that survey has not been administered. It will be administered later in the year. And so we want to do our best to work, especially in the wake of microwaves and refrigerators, to make sure that it does not have a negative impact on our employee satisfaction, especially when it's something beyond our control.
Dr. Wilson, can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
What exactly is this? Like, I understand it's a measuring employee satisfaction, but where does the data come from for this chart right here?
The data comes from, it's a combination of our own questioning in the off years in the teacher working conditions survey. That is where this information comes from. And actually, there's some upcoming slides that Mr. Coweek will be talking about that detail the questions that inform this metric.
And
Very
is-
good question.
And is this like because I know the survey has many questions. Is this just
One particular question
It's
that
this-
specifically asked.
for this graph right here?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, that's
On
helpful.
that next slide, the overall, my school is a good place to work and grow professionally. Is that the question?
Yes,
Okay, I was trying to match them.
absolutely.
Mhm.
And
Sorry.
so actually that is a perfect segue, Chair Umstead, to Mr. Coweek, Senior Executive Director of Employee Relations. He's going to come. He's going to talk about those questions as well as our strategies. So if we can go to the next slide.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, can we shoot back 2 slides just for us before we get started?
We can go back 2 slides, please.
Oh, we seem to be missing a slide. Okay, we can
okay.
bump forward. First, if we can move to the next slide, please. So first of all, this specific question, just to make clear, this is the last question on the employee engagement survey, which asks the question, DPS is a good place to work and grow. That's the thrust of that question. That's where this data comes from. The slide that I was looking for, when we originally set up the strategic plan, the goal was to be 85%. Okay, so when we did this the first year for that last question, you'll see the baseline is 83%. Like I don't think we knew at that time, and that was a year before I got here too, but that was, we didn't know where we're going to start from. And the goal was to get over 85. And as you see with these benchmarks in the original plan, it needs to increase by 2% each year. That's where those benchmarks, that was set in the original plan. So even though we have not met, for example, 21-22, we didn't keep up with the +2, +4, +6%. We should have been at 89. We were still over the 85% too. So, all right, next slide, please. So the last 2 questions on the employee engagement survey are exactly what's written on this slide. The second to last one is overall, my school and department is a good place to work and grow professionally. And the last question, which I've already explained. Next slide. This is a little bit more of a breakdown. All right, so on the left column of here, it's breaking up where our classified employees who participated in the survey, were they in academics, on the administrative team, operations, or school-based, and you can see the progression for that second to last question on the left, where it's overall, my school department is a good place to work and grow professionally. The clearest thing there is you can see in administrative and operations, there were big jumps over the course. The right-hand column, the title that's actually the last question. It should read overall DPS is a good place to work and grow. So those are the last 2 questions. And it follows a similar pattern. It's just explaining the data a little bit more detail from the previous slide. Next slide, please. This is straightforward participation. We are happy to say that in 21-22, we had our highest participation rate ever. We squeaked by our 19-20 participation rate, but it was the highest participation rate. We did have more employees before the pandemic started, though, so it wasn't our greatest number. But we're looking the next step as we roll out the last employee engagement survey in March. we are already planning, and we meet with the classified department heads to set up strategies to make this more effective. For example, last year was the first year we had full QR codes. A lot of our I don't want to say a lot, there are a number of our classified employees who don't have the same kind of access to laptops and computers in their daily work. So we want to make sure that it's accessible by phone. We do have paper copies if need, but but we were trying to get everyone with those QR codes. Those were set last year. Now we're in the last year. We can just roll that out again. Hopefully our numbers will go up. Next slide, please. So this slide, I do want to talk about one of the additions that overall was made, and that's the addition of Terry Phillips, who's with us today, our Director of Classified Professional Development. Many of the pieces in here that are being developed and started are because of her actions working with the classified employees. With the kite learning, getting that set up, meeting with the transportation, school nutrition, and instructional assistants to provide professional development. One of the things that we added last year in the survey was what type of professional development would our classified employees be interested in doing? And so from that, now in this final year, in addition to Terry's work, HR has also set up classified professional development, where at the end of 2 or 3 sessions, there's a little homework assignment at the end as well, that these employees coming through will actually get a certificate that they have been trained in DPS policies and procedures, employee rights and responsibilities, to sort of help our employees, hopefully to be promoted within. We all know Dr. Mbenga is very big throughout the district of promoting from within, but if we can get our employees more skilled in how to maybe step from a custodian position to a lead custodian position, where now they have to supervise people, and the more they're aware of our policies and procedures, it will give them a strength. So that's in operation for the first time. Next slide, please. And again, the compensation survey, you've all had plenty of time to talk about that at the last meeting, so we're not going to dive into that. One of the things that we are, in terms of strategies, and this is something that Dr. Lassane mentioned as well, is other support things we're doing for our employees to increase satisfaction. So in the next month or so, we'll be rolling out a couple of exciting opportunities through our benefits packages. There's going to be a pre-diabetes wellness plan that we're going to be able to offer out to employees. There'll be communication to the entire district about that. We've partnered with Truist Financial to set up some more financial literacy programs as well. Those are going to be rolling out. Our employee assistance program has a crisis response team. For example, we've heard about, unfortunately, the increase in the rate of deceased employees. And our team, our student support services, do a great job supporting everyone in DPS, but our employee assistance program has a rapid crisis response team. If there's any sort of tragedy that happens at a school, they can be out there the next day. And that's specifically for employees, where it's not necessarily for individual counseling, but it could be depending on the needs, and they can come out for multiple days. That's built into our contract with our employee assistance program. We've also set up other online trainings. We had our first one back in November. It's set up for an employee like compassion fatigue sessions. We have a lot of employees in our district who care for others, especially in student support services, some people in HR, teachers. A lot of our business is to take care of students, take care of others. Caretakers need support too. So we had one training that was offered, well, it's not a training, it's a session that was offered, and we've got a couple more hours that we'll be able to provide for our employees over the course of the year. So these are all things we're doing to keep this going. There's one metric at the bottom there that I did just want to talk about, some data that was pulled regarding retention of employees with bonuses. And if you look at the notes at the bottom, you can see that when data was pulled for every employee who received either a recruitment and or a retention bonus, 83% of those employees have remained with DPS. And then the last line, which says that employees just receiving a recruitment bonus, 58% of them are still with us. So we're looking at all the numbers. We're trying to do as much as we can to support our employees, both professionally and social, emotionally. Next slide, or the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coe. And so for the last portion, I want to pause right here to check and see if there are any questions before we go into the last piece where we're just going to share some additional information regarding recruitment and retention. And while we're checking for questions, I do want to take an opportunity to reiterate, especially since she's still here in the room, Ms. Phillips has done an outstanding job in getting in and providing support for our classified personnel. So we just want to extend kudos and thanks to her as well as her supervisor, Dr. Bullock, on the efforts that are going on there. Ms. Hayes?
Oh, yes. Special review of.
Oh, I'm sorry. Question first.
Yeah,
I didn't
let's,
see
if we can make this quick, because I want to make sure you can have time to do your full presentation and
Right.
we can respond to that. Ms. Rogers?
And if you want to email the answers, that's fine.
Okay.
Mr. Kowick, you said that we didn't meet the metrics in other years for the strategic plan as far as the employee satisfaction process. What did we do to mitigate that? Did we do anything to pivot to help support educators and retention when we didn't meet those metrics? And I asked this before, Dr. Lassane, are the surveys available in other languages other than English? Thanks.
Thank you.
I do think we should answer those. Sorry. Yeah. I just don't want us to get too far into the discussion without the rest of the presentation. But if we can get those answers quickly, we'll go to Ms. Hayes. That way we can get the full presentation and then get more into discussion.
Mr. Kowick, you want to come back and answer question number 1 regarding the prior years? We may need a little clarity on the question.
I'm not sure did I say we didn't meet the metric in other years? I thought I was just talking about the 1 year where we
I
didn't
think
hit
it'll
the-
help if we go back to the slide. If we could go, we could bring up the presentation, go back. Prior slide. Keep going.
Know where it is?
Slide 18.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or just say them. You can tell the number.
I don't know that they can tell the number. I'm not sure if they can see.
Ms. Rogers,
Right
you're
there.
looking at it correctly?
That one. Mhm.
Yes.
Right, so the baseline was set at 83% in the first year. So the next year, the metric was met. We were supposed to be at 85, okay, by the 2% increase. In 2021, if we're adding the 4%, we needed to hit 87, which is marked by the blue column. We met that as well. But we were always over 85%. So when I said we weren't meeting the metric, it was just for 2021, 2022. We didn't hit the step increase, the plus 6%, because it's plus 2% each year, but we're still tracking over 85.
Okay, thank you.
And
I think I understood Ms. Rogers' questions. Yes, our benchmark, since we did not meet our benchmark, what are the strategies or the remedy that we're able to put in place so that we will meet it next time? Since our next one is 91, what are the things we're able to put in place?
Okay, so I misunderstood the question too, because I thought there was a reference to not meeting the metric in prior years. So all of the things that we've outlined, you will see the strategic focus in 3C, first of all, on touching our classified personnel, whether it's getting the responses here, the professional development, all of that is part of what our strategy is. We have heard from, if we can go forward 2 slides, 1 more. Well, maybe 2 more. Right here. You can see that when we're all of the conversations that we're having around compensation for classified and certified roles alike, that's part of one of those 3 pillars that we're really focusing on. How do we make sure that our compensation is competitive? We also have to be mindful of that in the wake of the recruitment and the retention bonuses. So that's why you see that, because that's part of what makes us competitive, particularly in our area. One of the big things that I think is going to make a key difference is what we're setting up to do stay interviews. So the balance of not only looking at why employees are exiting and getting that feedback and digging in and making sure we're not getting things just like other reasons, but we also need to flip that. So when you think about that life cycle slide that I talked about and referenced, we need to figure out the folks that are making it, our teachers that are making it past the 7 years. What is it about Durham that is keeping them in Durham? And we need to make sure that we're capitalizing on that to draw the commitment that we need from individuals. Stay interviews are key in understanding your working conditions, which is the foundation of this goal. So those are some example of some of the strategies.
And yes, it's available in Spanish.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I know y'all see me giving you looks, but I'm trying to make sure I'm processing what would keep me employed at a particular location.
And I'm glad you said that. I would like to add one other point to that. When you see on slides discussions about processes and all of that, we ought to know what the experience looks like for someone who enters Durham Public Schools. It should not be subjected to a particular site, right? And so when we're looking at trends and digging in, Ms. Hayes has done some fabulous work at looking at our data as it's coming in and calling the school and speaking with principals and say, wait a minute, what's going on here? I see this in the data. Let's talk. Let's pull that out. We have to make those experiences more predictable so that we know what the branding of the experience is looking like for people as they enter our organization, as they exit our organization, and those different transitions in between.
Let's continue on with the presentation, then we'll go offer the opportunity for more questions.
All right, regarding our special review of recruitment and retention, next slide. So currently, as you can see, our vacancies, we have 128 teacher vacancies and 42 instructional assistants, which give us a total of 170. But that is a 1% decrease from 1222. So we're at 5% vacancy rate, which is a 1% decrease from December of 2022. Schools are provided with targeted support based on the number of vacancies. So we are working between, getting substitutes, volunteers, reaching out multiple ways through AppleTrack, and just reaching out to principals directly with people's resumes and transcripts so they can get those interviews as quickly as possible. Okay, next slide. So how do we compare? With other districts, as you can see, we have Durham Public Schools with roughly 2,400 teachers. We have Wake County Public Schools with 10,000, roughly almost 11,000 teachers. Guilford County with almost 5,000 teachers, and Chapel Hill with roughly 1,200. So if we look across the board, Durham Public Schools has a total of 128 vacancies. Wake County has 543. Guilford County has a total of 109, and Chapel Hill has a total of 41. So Durham is not the only district, of course, who is still trying to get teachers in as quickly as possible. And that includes EC teachers and our regular general teachers. As far as instructional assistants, if you look at Durham Public Schools, we're at 42. Wake County is at 229, Guilford County is at 33, and Chapel Hill is at 29 instructional assistant vacancies. So when we look at the comparison, we're not that far off from schools with school districts, that are close to us.
Real quick though, the Guilford is doing significantly better. That's just a rhetorical question, is why?
That's not rhetorical. That's one of the things that we're looking at.
Next slide. As far as our DPS recruitment fairs, we have signed up for over 27 career fair opportunities, so we will be busy. We will be real busy. As you can see from January to April, looking at major North Carolina universities, we're going to the Eastern North Carolina Career Alliance, where they have about 29 universities there. That will take place in Raleigh. The Fayetteville Job Fair for military veterans, Pittsburgh Education Recruitment Consortium, that is a large recruitment fair that will take place in Pittsburgh. Winthrop University, Howard University. Dr. Mabinga and I went to for the International Recruitment Fair to Jamaica. We were able to pick up 22 wonderful teachers from Jamaica. Going to Florida International University, noted is a huge career fair in Ohio. Miami University is also in Ohio. University of Alabama, Hampton University, Virginia State University, Honduras. Dr. Lassane will be going to Honduras in April, focusing on IDLI teachers coming. Of course, we would try to do our very best at virtual career fairs. A couple of days ago, we were able to pick up 2 teachers from the Philippines and 1 teacher from South Africa. So we have a lot of opportunities, and I did not list all of the career fairs. I only listed some of the career fairs, but we will have between 25 and 28 career fairs. And then our career fair will take place on April the 15th at Hillside High School. And I had the opportunity to talk to the assistant principals the other day, and I call this the snatching season. So when I go to the recruitment fairs, if they look snatchable, I'm snatching them. So we won't have to worry about Guilford County anymore. We're going to focus on DPS and making sure our numbers are lower than Guilford County.
Ms. Hayes, can I interject here 1 minute? I want to make a clear distinction. Going to career fairs this year, there's a high number, and we have to go because the pool is not what we need it to be to meet the needs across North Carolina. But I want to make it clear, going to career fairs and standing behind a table, business as usual, is not what we're talking about here. Every single place that is on this list has been vetted, researched for the number of candidates, the type of candidates they have. We're looking for the schools with high EC graduates. We're looking for places based on data that meet our goal. The expectation is the team of candidates that go to each of these sites will, number one, we're going to have a tracking of how many people are talked to, what is the follow-up, and how many of them actually sign up with DPS. So I just want to make it clear that these have to be data-driven decision-making times in order to identify who's snatchable and to snatch them back. Okay, Ms. Hayes? And so I want to know that, I want everyone to know that it has to look different, even when you're going to a traditional venue like a career fair.
Just quick question, comments regarding our international efforts. I think for Jamaica, there were about 24 candidates.
Yes, it was 24, and then we picked up 3 as far as 2 teachers from the Philippines and 1 from South Africa. So right now we have 27 international teachers.
Then for Honduras, we have about 30 that has been screened for DLI, and those candidates, they are also qualified to be able to teach elementary. Then we can transition them to DLI 24-25, and kudos to our global partners. They've done a great job screening those candidates. And if you check with our teachers, they are very pleased of the outcome of those teachers that we're bringing.
Next slide. So I know there has been a lot of questions in the past about substitute teachers and why are schools not filling substitute vacancies. So I'm a data person. And so when I looked at the numbers, we have currently 1,351 substitutes available to serve. So as I've talked to staff and assistant principals and principals, it's not a substitute problem, it's an attendance problem. So once we get the attendance problem taken care of, then that we won't have a substitute problem. So we have plenty of substitutes in the building. The question is, why are substitutes not picking up at certain schools? So that is an onboarding. That is what we have to do and work with some of our schools who are having trouble filling those substitute positions. We have an average of 90 unfulfilled absences per day across the district. Approximately 50% of those are on unfilled absences or vacancies. We've hired over 150 substitutes for full-time positions with Durham Public Schools. Out of the 1,351 active substitutes, 1,200 of them have worked at least one day during the 2022-2023 school year. So once again, we don't have a substitute problem. If there's a school that doesn't have sub coverage, then that's an attendance problem that we would need to help that school work with, how they're going to onboard their subs to stay and keep and retain them. Some of our key improvements, of course, increased compensation. Certified is $130 and non-certified $130, and non-certified is $120. And we have improved our onboarding process with substitutes at schools. And we're going to continue to work with our schools to improve their onboarding process if they're struggling. I would like to highlight Eno Valley. He was at, I think, 1% unfulfillment rate for December, and Rogers Middle School, has consistently been at about 90% fulfillment rate since we started school. So we have to look at substitutes and the fulfillment rates. And when you have a school that went from a low fulfillment rate to a low fulfillment rate to 1% unfulfillment rate, that is phenomenal. So we have to lean on principals and figure out what they're doing to get subs in their buildings and keep subs and substitutes, in their buildings as well.
Before we go to the next slide, I would add one thing about substitute teachers. We appreciate the support in getting increased compensation for substitute teachers. But since then, guess what's happened? Other districts have raised their compensation. And so one of the things that was one of the points that came through in the salary study, as well as our own research, are the competition that we have around that. So we are looking, I've already spoken with Mr. LeSueur, and we are looking at our sub rates to ensure that we remain competitive in that area also.
Next slide.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to give you a few quick points regarding the compensation study and the next steps. As a matter of fact, we'll see how late we are here tonight, because I have a first thing in the morning meeting on the compensation study, and looking at employee classifications and making sure that we are aligning those to the proposed pay schedules that were part of the presentation a few weeks ago. We are communicating with groups of employees. Once we get those alignments complete, we are in the stages now of working on what the communication plan is and having layered communication. So there's the overall group in communication all the way down to the individual. What will they receive regarding their proposed compensation? I would like to say that it is very important when you're talking about impacting 2,200 people, it cannot just be a piece of paper. And so it has to involve sessions, virtual, in person, going out and making sure that you have those touches where individuals, we make sure they understand the information, as well as there's that opportunity for dialogue, feedback, back and forth. For our administrative ranks, the meeting in the morning also deals with those job descriptions so that we can dive deeper into that and be able to bring back recommendations to you in April for the about 65 central office administrators for those levels, also as part of this compensation study. On the next slide, Ms. Hayes has already covered this, but please, please, please be aware that our own DPS recruitment fair is on April 15th. It'll be from 9 to 12:30 at Hillside High School.
And I know public relations will start advertising. We do have a save the date. It will be posted on our website tomorrow as far as signing up for the job fair, just so we can have an idea, a recruitment fair. So we'll have an idea of how many people we want to attend. Now, of course, my goal is to have the biggest job fair on the East Coast, and I hope that we can meet that goal. All right, thank you very much.
We're here to answer any questions regarding the information that has been shared.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein and your team for that presentation. Board members, are there questions? Wow. Ms. Chavez? Okay.
I have a bunch of questions. Thank you so much. That was very thorough. Yeah, I'm excited about what is to come and look forward to the just all the efforts. I think that I've seen a lot in your outreach, especially internationally. That seems to have yielded a lot of solid teachers. And I know that we're also in the process of providing visas for some of our exceptional candidates as well. So where to begin? I want to ask just some logistical questions, like with Puerto Rico, Texas, and Florida. You talked about recruiting from those that territory or those states. Is there licensure reciprocity with each of those areas, or is there a process?
So reciprocity with days of old. Really, there's no reciprocity in North Carolina anymore, period. So regardless of the state that we're talking about, we have to be able to look at the comparisons. Now, what I would say, particularly for Texas and Florida, when you look at their testing structures and all of that, it's an easier transition than it is from some other places. But when we're looking at credentials, there's basic things that we talk to candidates about regarding their GPA, the types of degrees that they're able to have. So say, for instance, when we talk about Jamaica, we've done a lot of recruitment in Jamaica, but one of the things we have to be careful with is the translation of a Jamaican diploma to a United States degree. There are some things that we have to navigate there. We don't have those same issues when we're talking about Puerto Rico, Florida, Texas. That's just one example.
Thank you. Thanks for explaining that. I know that takes a lot of paperwork to move through that whole process. Okay, one question that I have had is, can we hire undocumented individuals with DACA here? Since there are a lot of Latinx people who have DACA. Is that possible? And do we have any in DPS?
I would have to research before I would say, do we have any in DPS? Because that's not something that's just been on the forefront. I think that if we were looking, can we? Yes. What the processes would look like when you're thinking of licensure and all of those things, that you can sometimes run into barriers that make it extremely difficult. And so it's difficult to answer that across the board. You would really have to look at what the individual is bringing to the table and make your determination based on that information.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just be interested to see about that. I know that there was an article a few years ago about teachers with DACA and how they would be affected when there were when Trump was contesting DACA. But I'm just wondering if there's any way to bring people in that way. And I also wanted to ask, one of the things was you were talking about all the fairs and just and all the efforts that you're making this year to go out and recruit. And I was wondering if we might be able to see the data in the future. You're talking about tracking the numbers that you would talk to at the career fair. You're going to track number applied, the number yielded as actual DPS employees. Will that be data that you can share with us in the future? as you track that?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. I think that'll be really helpful, I'm sure, for your department, but also for us to just see where are we able to pull people from. And another question I had was about the working conditions survey and thinking about that. I know that there are those specific strategies to improve satisfaction rates in the working conditions survey. I was wondering what specifically, if you could like hone in on like 2 or 3 of like our greatest areas for improvement in terms of working conditions. Are there particular areas where we know that we need maybe more focus? Is it materials, relationships, space, other thing, logistical things?
I would say my answer to that would be relationships, relationships, relationships. One of the things that we often look at in the area of employee relations is what trends do we see that end up coming to the office, and can you see patterns by any particular department, school, or different things like that? I think that digging into those pieces and being able to get outside of looking at individual incidents and being able to talk overall to shift culture, I think you will find a lot in just relationships, communication, those sorts of things. I think what could be one of the greatest areas of impact on working conditions here. People care about refrigerators and microwaves, right? But if they feel the advocacy of a principal, a school district, and all of that in the boat with them trying to resolve an issue, that's a very different working condition. And so I do think that those types of things, and I just use that as a very real example that we're dealing with because every single principal, every single, head of a department is facing that issue right now, and you can handle it a number of different ways. And so these are the things that we have to get in and be able to make ourselves available, have the hard discussions, and be able to work through them. And so a lot of those types of things end up in employee relations, and you can see patterns within our district.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I think, relationships are a theme that's been coming up in general. And as we think about our work, and I just, I wonder, then with that in mind, are there any training opportunities or ways that you work with principals or other individuals in the schools to support stronger relationships, or like around conflict management or various things? A lot of times there are conflicts that don't get resolved and then they kind of fester, or things like that. Just wondering, are there any kind of interventions along those lines?
I would say we have a number of interventions along those lines. We have principal coaches. We have our administrative meetings, our principals meetings that happen every month. You will find professional learning through those mechanisms. I would say also, again, to commend some of the new work in the classified ranks, we have a whole line of training that is focused on supervisors. The person who becomes the head of the custodians didn't necessarily get the job because of their HR skills. They got the job probably because of another skill set. They're an electrician or something like that. And so being able to work with those supervisors in a classified rank such as transportation, we have whole training modules that are being developed for them. Some of them have already occurred. Some of them are in the future. And so I think you can see that in numerous areas across our district.
That's great. I really applaud that work. And and that was reminding me about Dr. Stewart's presentation, also about the principal coaches. And I think that's so important to support our people, everyone at every level in building those strong communities and relationships. I do think, you can see where When people feel a strong sense of community, they have a strong sense of belonging, and that keeps people. I guess along those lines, another question I have is, I was wondering if you saw any trends where satisfaction was the highest. If there were any trends across like region, magnet schools versus not, elementary school, middle, high, or demographics like racial demographics or other demographics.
Mr. Coley, do you remember that? Because this survey is from last year, and so it's not as fresh. And so I'm just checking to see if Mr. Coley happens to remember.
So the short answer to the question is that we haven't dug. Is this on? Okay. The short answer is we haven't dug into the trends that much. Part of what I learned when I came to DPS about the survey too is that there is some reluctance from employees if there's too much they feel can be tracked from taking a survey. So we have to balance that. We do have it by the divisions that were shown in the slides, but I mean, I can double check with research and accountability because they're the ones who actually produce the survey and get the data, and then they give the data back to us. But I don't think we track that way. And we're also very cautious about, we can't let out that like, oh, we'll know it's you who filled the survey out, because employees are nervous about that.
Yeah, I understand that, not wanting to be, the privacy issue or, the confidentiality. I would be interested to know, maybe just in the future about that because of, sorry.
Good evening. If you do recall, when we did the presentation as it relates to the school improvement planning process and conducting a comprehensive needs assessment, every principal had to dive into their school improvement, into the teacher working condition survey and use that data to guide their actionable steps. So that is an expectation of all our schools as they plan for school improvement planning.
Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Stewart, for adding that. That's a great use of data. I think the data, there's a lot that can be told with that. And I'm just wondering, especially going forward, if we see trends as we're trying to recruit and retain more Latinx staff as well, like if there are trends and how, or beginning teachers also, as as the data points out, we lose teachers that way. Are there trends in who is more or less satisfied, or who has particular?
So from the HR seat, we probably had a keener focus on those trends. But what I would say along the lines of what Dr. Stewart is sharing about school improvement, we use what is called the HR report card. And so it's actually a metric on the HR report card. And so we have the tracking of those percentages.
All right, I'm gonna ask one more thing, I think, which is, I wanted to say, one, having worked with Dream last year, of course, I have a particular investment. I also, not to make a shameless plug, but I have my water bottle still. And I saw personally how, some of the structural difficulties and also recruiting Latinx individuals to teach. And I'm so excited about the 4 who are in the schools now doing their student teaching. I just wanted to point out, teaching fellows is another recruitment tool that I used with Dream, and that, we can use in general. And that's a great way to, as we think about growing our own, to just promote that with students who are thinking about going into teaching, so they can get that funding in their undergraduate or graduate education. Beyond that, I was thinking about the partnerships. I love the TA to teacher program that we're doing that. There's the program at NCCU. I'm blanking on the name, but that recruits Black male educators, and which has 7 or so I think graduates is here. I was wondering if there are other partnerships with the business community that might be fruitful in this in these endeavors. And I was just wondering if there, I mean, we have the partnerships for the employee and teacher of the month. But I was just wondering if there are other kind of partnerships that you were thinking about as we move forward in.
We are definitely looking at other partnerships, and I'll give you an example of one we were even working on today. We are working on building a larger network with HR administrators in other fields, whether it's business. So say, for instance, where we have individuals who are being laid off from major corporations right in our backyard, we want to be able to connect with the HR executives there and be able to build a plan and see if we can get access, because some of those individuals probably have the passion and the talent of exactly what we're looking for. And so we want to be able to build those partnerships and have that level of access so that we can work together and meet common goals.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Additional questions?
Yeah, so I just come with deep appreciation for all the work done. This is, you say that all the goals are important. There's a reason we sat in this room however long ago, Mr. Sears, and put that goal there. Like, it is the core of our academic work. And so there's a reason the DPS Foundation, not this iteration of it, but the one many, many, many years ago, set this as their key goal, was retention and understanding that there's extra mobility in Durham because of the Triangle area, people coming for education, leaving as trailing spouses. I mean, it's always been important. And so y'all are throwing all kinds of things at it, but we are so far downstream from where, I'm sorry, the compensation is the key factor here. And it was deliberately and methodically underfunded in North Carolina. And study after study says we're at 48th, 49th in the nation. That's not the North Carolina that we all grew up in. That's not where we want to be. And we're in a desperate, sad times to be at nearly 20% halfway through a school year. So, you know, I want us to focus on these stay interviews and really connect with our folks and appreciate them, the work they're doing, and ask them, you know, what we can learn from them about staying. And if they need to have y'all leave the room and just tell us, like, if they need to be heard, and it's not just the refrigerators, but gosh darn it, we can't handle another hit. Our children can't keep waiting for us to get adults. So how does Guilford have more people? They've got $20,000 and $30,000 and $40,000 signing bonuses with a 2-year, you know, contract you sign. They're throwing their COVID money, which is temporary, at these staffing issues. So we haven't gotten help from the feds. We haven't gotten help from the state. The state has a ridiculous compensation plan that they've rolled out, which would bring some novice people that barely know what to do with children into front-facing classrooms. And we have children of color and children of struggling through poverty that need the highest qualified teachers available. And I mean, shame on North Carolina. So when the governor's budget comes out, I'd like us to all go over there and at least say yes, and go to the General Assembly, take some teachers with us, take some superintendents with us, because these children cannot wait. It's not just Leandro. It's not just piecemeal little things anymore. Gosh, I'm ashamed of North Carolina that built the first public university system and the first community college system. Like, we have to do better. So I don't have answers. I mean, yes, we have to increase sub pay. I want to look at exit interviews. Can you pull some of those for us to just come and look at someday in our boardroom? Can we go see what people are saying really frankly to us? I want our folks to know that we're watching to look for trends. If your school culture it needs some support, that you both know who to reach out to in the organizational chart, so that we are listening to our people and creating healthy cultures. But a principal's job is horribly difficult too. So, let's go to the Chamber of Commerce. Let's have them, like these local restaurants, feed our teachers one day a month to lift their spirits. I mean, I'm just sick of North Carolina right now and the choices that we've made that have done this to our children. Dang it. This is what I lose sleep over. It's not, will the fire burn down the school? It's who's going to teach. And so, some reporter needs to pull the numbers of undergrads that are in teaching, and they're not in UNC. There's 16 of them at Central graduating this year. That's not going to touch the needs of these children across the state. So shame on North Carolina, and we're going to have to fix this locally. But we need our parents to consider, like, can you pause your career? You've got a lot of credentials, and come teach for a couple years or 5 while your children are in school. Like, we're at that point of, like, come join us in this glorious work, because this is where we need people in front of children that are caring, qualified, loving adults. I don't know. I'm just, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. That was heartfelt. And since we all sense your frustration, it's a complex challenge that is, it can't just be solved locally. I'm not sure. Ms. Rogers, I think.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you, Ms. Byer. We're all frustrated. I do want to ask a little bit more about the HR report card. Is it by location? What are you doing with that information? Are principals getting the support they need based on the HR report card? And if we are doing it by location, are we seeing administration in those locations having a better, how does the administration feel about their location versus how everybody else in the building feels?
At this point in time, those are very good questions, Board Member Rogers. I think that we have utilized the HR report card more as a way for principals to look at their entire picture of human capital support in their building. So it's been used more as a tool. In that way, your question is very interesting, but that's how we've used it at this point in time, because usually people tend to look at, or leaders, principals tend to look at, they look at their teacher working conditions data in isolation. They look at their number of national board teachers in isolation. They look at maybe the attendance of their employees in isolation. And the HR report card is designed to look at that whole picture and see what's going on and develop your strategy from that.
Ms. Valladares?
I have a couple of comments, and I have questions, but mostly comments. Number one, thank you for the work that you're doing to recruit, to think about our needs, especially as we're growing programs. We're going to need, bilingual professional staff that can help us. And I think dual language is setting us on the right foot for the future. I'm looking at some of the stats around the demographics. The number of children born in the United States who are bilingual, who as their heritage language, which counts, and I will always stand by that. I'm a heritage, well, I'm an immigrant, so I have that, but I came at the age of 5. And the fact that my home spoke Spanish, and we have kids who are born here whose parents speak Spanish to them every day. And, they have the language strong, French, we have other languages, Arabic, et cetera. We have a strong pool of our own students. And so I definitely want us to continue to build the grow your own, right? Those initiatives. There are programs that I haven't really heard much updates about that are about students that are currently in DPS having opportunities. And I know that we started something along the lines of a teacher who was like working with students for volunteer hours if they wanted, or some kind of incentive student ambassador program, those kind of things. And there's a program off of South Carolina, and it's the school over there that is doing that is St. John's. So they're not only offering getting high school students to, to volunteer. I mean, they're actually giving course credit. These are creative ways that the school is handling, like incentivizing students to get their hands-on experience. And then also like followed with, just the kind of mentorship that allows them to we currently have mentorship that paths out careers, right? So those opportunities to continue to incentivize our students, but also that is, I don't know the percentage of our students who come to DPS, who graduate and decide to work in DPS from the get-go. Some of them go off. I'd love for us to track those numbers to see, how our Grow Your Own program is working. The other thing is I went to South Texas College recently, and this was about recruitment, but it was recruitment with an organization that is interested in bilingual professionals. And South Texas College, meeting with their early childhood, that's what I'm focused on, like early childhood. And an MOU is being signed with South Texas College, and the professors were just overjoyed and just saying, we have talent, like we are robust with talent. And, it's just incredible to kind of see these kind of connections where the professors can actually mentor and mentor these students and letting them know the possibilities to work. Now, I will say we offer, and we have to take my hat off and put another hat on, but a transfer package that is pretty generous. I don't know that DPS is thinking in this way about transfer packages. They get also, if they're in that journey of getting their career, tuition reimbursements, the kind of full package, including housing package. I mean, it is a whole deal, right? Will DPS think strategically about recruiting, talent and thinking about, whether we have students with associate's degree, why do we shun a population that experiences barriers, out-of-state tuition? I currently pay out-of-state tuition because I'm paying in Vermont, right, as a student, but there are so many folks who are here, who live here, who go to our schools here and have to pay out-of-state tuition, and their budget allows them to get an associate's degree. That's what they can afford because they are not treated equally based on a memo written years ago that has never been challenged in the state. And that is something that a lot of Latino activists are saying this needs to be reverted because it was a memo that changed that for our students who are DACA and are part of our communities and are so bright and ready to work. And they are legally able to work. And yet they have to pay out of state tuition. And the best they can do is an associate's degree. For some of the roles that are not teaching, if it's interpretation, we should not be having issues about we need these kind of degrees. If it's about a skill set that even I with a PhD I'm working on, I'm not an interpreter, even though some people thought I was an interpreter and I was interviewing for even the seat. They thought I was an interpreter and I've never been a professional interpreter. And my degrees will not say the level of interpretation that I can do. And so we have to think about these things because we shoot ourselves in the foot by requiring, and if we don't have that analysis of what is the skill set and what is the minimum requirement in terms of academics, we have to understand the community needs, and especially the out-of-state tuition is a big piece of what is keeping a lot of our families, including a lot of our youth, from coming back and feeling like they can be paid a decent salary for their skill sets, which are bilingualism, biculturalism, and the experiences of really working with our families. Some of them are our families. Their parents are DPS parents, and they will stay because they have a home base here. They have parents here. This is their community. They care about this. But we will go to Puerto Rico, and I say, yes, let's go to Puerto Rico. Let's go to Honduras. Heck, I'm from Honduras, so catrachos. But at the end of the day, we also have to start thinking about the ways that we make it accessible and we grow them. If they don't have a bachelor's, then no problem. Come on in. This is the level at which we can take you in and have a plan for them. Maybe maybe within, I don't know, 4 years or 3 years that they have to get their bachelor's. If that's a thing, grow them into their positions as well. So that is definitely something I'd like for us to consider. And I guess the last thing that I'll say is going back on what some of my colleagues have said. Our branding is not just, the bonus that we put out, and it is not just the title. It's literally how we're treating our families right now. Our families are connected. Some of them have siblings that have graduated and can come back and work for us. Some of them have friends who are in positions who say, how long have you been in your position? Have you ever been grown up? We have very few assistant principals. We actually have an assistant principal that left because she said the only way she could become a principal in DPS is if she left, and we're gonna have to pay a high price and high dollar to bring this principal back. So these are the kind of things that we need to continue to work on. If an assistant principal is there for a long time and he's Latino, he's not going to encourage other people in terms of saying this is a place you can grow and actually acquire positions of leadership. So we have to continue to work on these things. And I know there's so many dynamics with recruitment, but I really want us to think about the ways that we are thinking ahead for the next few years. And the good thing is that demographically, we will have a very diverse pool, but we also have to start thinking now, how to make the access happen today. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to give just one quick point. Ms. Valladares, many of the things that you were talking about are in the structure of what we're outlaying for Bull City teaching scholars. And there's actually a connection. You mentioned teaching fellows. And so part of what the educator pipeline, I just want to make this very clear, is how we can take our very own DPS students who already have that commitment and be able to say, here's 10 different pipelines that can get you to be an educator. And everybody's does not have to look the same. It doesn't have to all be in a traditional, you go to a 4-year college and you come into teaching. And so wherever, if someone decides, in middle school exploration, that's what they were, that pathway may look one way, when you may have someone who is in middle college and they're not sure what they want to do, and then they decide they want to be a teacher. There's a pathway for them and some coin to be able to support some of the very things that you've mentioned. So I just want to say that there's a lot of details in there. Even if it's a teaching fellows and they commit to Durham Public Schools, there are some additional pieces there. So the educator pipeline piece is huge, with identification of those pathways and being able to lay them out for the students in Durham Public Schools.
Dr. Mabenga, did you have additional comments on that as well?
Yeah, I just want to echo what Dr. Lesson said. I think when we're going to bring to you our recommendation for $18 million, Dr. Lesson will be able to elaborate more and attach some dollars there with that. I wanted to make one more comment regarding our compensation. I think we came a long way in the last 5 years. At one point, when you're comparing our beginner teachers to WAKE, it was about $2,000 difference. Now it's about 200. But if you look at a graph that Dr. Lesson was able to share with you, when you get to 20 years, all right, so I don't want to do any publicity for anybody. And I think when you're going to see the graph that Mr. Lestrue is going to show you, that's where we're losing teachers. Because there are other places where you hit 20, they go with it up. So I don't want to comment too much on that, but we still have a lot of work to do. We're closing the gap, but we still have a lot of work to do with our teachers that's in 20 up to 30.
Thank you, Dr. Mabenga. Ms. Lewis.
I just want to thank you for this presentation. Dr. Lesane, thank you and your team for all of your hard work and pulling together this presentation and the work that goes into it, that shows the accomplishments. Congratulations on those key accomplishments that you shared with us this evening. I remember, Dr. Lesane, when you came on and you talked about inheriting the metrics that you're working towards in that strategic plan and what is realistic. And although these were very large stretch goals, I see you have been stretched in that and continue to make steady progress towards those. I just want to commend you for that work and your team for that. I also appreciate the strategy that you shared around the career fairs and being intentional about where you're going and those tackles. So I really didn't see anything here regarding policy support needs aside from the appliances and the date that we talked about moving that out, not even policy, but just, extending that for an additional month. I would like to see continued stretch goals in the upcoming strategic plan, that these goals, and then also to my point of Ms. Valladares, as we're increasing our numbers of our Latinx staff as well, employees, that there's advancement happening. We want the best, and we want to make sure we're doing what we can do to obtain that. And then last thing I'll say is, again, I appreciate the forethought, the vision for the salary and compensation state. I look forward to hearing what Mr. Sewer has to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Ms. Chavez.
Super brief comment. I just wanted to say that I remember the NCCU's program is called MTI, and give them a shout out. Minority Teaching Institute comes to me eventually. All right.
Dr. Lassane, I'm sorry, did you say anything about job sharing if people could, come in part-time and pair with another retired educator or something? Did you talk to that explicitly in any of these that I missed? Because I think we're creative, but I don't know if we let people know that.
Thank you for that opportunity, because I did not mention it as part of the presentation, but there are options for job sharing. There have been times that we've worked with individual schools with trying to identify individuals who maybe can't work full-time, but they can work half-time, particularly if you have 2 retirees. There are opportunities for job sharing, absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Lassane, and your team for this presentation. Really appreciate it. And I think I like hearing the data-drivenness of how we're approaching this, looking at our substitute numbers. And it's like, wait a minute, this is a different issue than what we might have thought before. And I think the stay interviews, I'm so excited to hear about that. While I recognize the turnover number and the people of leaving is the number that we spend a lot of time on, that also means that 80% of our folks are still here. And what do we need to do to keep and maintain and support them? Because I think too often we hear people who are here and then they're like, you know what, I'm ready to go. And on the way out the door, we're having a conversation where could there have been something intervention 2 years earlier that would have kept them in their position? And I think about the culture piece of what you spoke so much to, and I would love, the hour is getting long on this, so I don't want to dive too deeply, but really having themes around culture that we need to work on. What are we hearing in our stay interviews? What are we hearing in our exit interviews? Because I really do believe people who are in this education field at this time do it because they have a love for teaching and they have a love for children. And how do we make sure the culture is there for them to be able to do their job really well? And I think that if we even look through data and comb through and saw at certain schools where people don't leave for 30 years, what is it about this school building and about that place that is keeping folks there? And how do we take that and try to learn from that in other places? And I know every school is different, every school community is different, but I just know the culture piece is what really, it sends people in a different direction, right? Money is good, but the culture, my health, my well-being, I think are what people are starting to see and put first nowadays, as our world is shifting and changing. So I can't wait to hear some kind of themes from that around culture. I also think we talk about our Latinx educators, and I know that was an explicit goal in our strategic plan, but I think there's a different conversation about bilingual educators too. And how do we, we don't need to get more into that today, but how do we kind of track that within our system? Some of those folks are going to be all different types of races and ethnicities, but I think increasing bilingual educators is also should be another focus of the goal, which I think is different. I also think, thinking about your point, Ms. Valladares, around folks who are credentialed in other places, and we know the state of North Carolina puts up what it takes to be licensed, and it requires different types of degrees and this type of coursework to get that license. And there's lots of conversation right now about changing that in ways that I don't think will be beneficial to our educators. So I really hope that people who are listening for this board also to make sure we're tracking that really well, because I think the state is who is telling us, sorry, that credential from your home country may not work here. So we really need to see advocacy around that. So Yeah. So thank y'all for the presentation and the work, and I'm excited to hear more about what we're doing next. So thank you. As it is almost 10, it is 10:15. I would propose an amendment to our agenda that we would move the ESSER funding update to our February work session. And then that would keep items 9B and items 9D on our agenda. We need a vote for that, Mr. Malone? Yeah, move it to our February work session. Right.
Second.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any other discussion?
So my only discussion was, is there gaggle in that presentation? And if there is, could we have some more information either at that work session or at another time in the future on that issue and that concern? I thought that was in that one.
I am not sure if it's in that presentation or not, but we can also include that in the February 3rd work session. We can work with administration to see if a presentation. So it's been moved and probably second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. All right, we got one item. So we're moving to our February work session. We're gonna go to our next item, which is a bond update. I think Dr. Monk.
Thank you and good evening, board. I'm joined today with Mr. Frederick Davis. And he's going to provide us an update on our 10-year capital improvement plan.
Thank you, Dr. Monk. Good evening. Chair, Vice Chair, board members, Dr. Mabenga and administration. I'm going to quickly, swiftly, due to the sake of time, because it is in your packet, have a conversation on our 10-year CI plan, as well as the proposed and approved 2022 bond. Next slide, please. So to reiterate, our strategic plan is our roadmap for success. And in the 2018 through 2023 strategic plan, a goal C of priority 5 was to make sure that every elementary school had adequate space, and therefore making sure that we had suitable classroom sizes due to the future state mandate. Next slide, please. So how do you measure that? Through benchmarks. So part of that goal is to make sure that we had 2 new elementary schools that we happened to open, one in here in August, and we opened another one in the summer of 2024, as well as 6 comprehensive renovations and additions. And then we talked about educational suitability. And so majority of the phase 1 renovations in the elementary school level, most of them have mobiles, and students have to walk into the elements. And so you could imagine the type of learning environments that they experience on a day-to-day to be not within the classroom with their fellow students. And so we want to make sure that we benchmark that and achieve that as one of our goals. And then we looked at some of our systems and their outdated, inefficient, and sustainable measures that will be included in our goals for the 2023 strategic plan. Next slide, please. So if you remember, back in January of 2021, we presented to you kind of the 10-year plan with those associated budgets based on the 2019 facility assessment. That facility assessment looked at the life of these buildings and the systems and proposed these project budgets in priority order, again, based on the ranking of those facilities and where they were. Next slide, please. And so in working with our county partners on the budget and finance side, we agreed to fund what we call our discovery conceptual plan, where we really looked at some of those first priority schools in those orders, making sure that the building envelope, the system upgrades, as well as we looked at suitable spaces for the early childhood education, as well as additional capacities were also met in that early design conceptual phase. As you remember, when we came to you in October, we wanted to make sure that the proposed bond at that time would be shovel ready so that we could hit the ground running to make sure that we met some of those goals that we mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. And so we came back to you in October of 2021 with those new proposed budgets based on the additional capacity as well as the additional program space due to the discovery and the early design concepts. As you see, some of those numbers did go up again to the increased program, as well as we mentioned at that time, what we were seeing due to the pandemic and other global things, the increases in those numbers. And again, if I'm moving too swiftly, please pause me and ask me any questions that you may have. And so the first priorities, as you see here, the original budgets, again, were based on that 2019 study that really had a tabletop. We then went under the hood and really made sure that we were capturing everything in those buildings. And so you see the adjustments in the original project budgets to what we had proposed at that time, again, in October of 2021. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Again, this is our priority order. Again, the new schools that we plan to do in the 10-year or Lions Farm Elementary, Northern High School, Murray Massenburg, and Durham School of the Arts. We start with our phase 1 comprehensive as listed here. A new school in Jordan High School is proposed later on. And then we follow up with another phase of elementary school renovations. And then at our high schools and middle schools, some comprehensive system renovations, and then some much needed to some of our administrative buildings. Next slide, please. So we get our funding in various ways. The county has given us limited obligation bonds. We have state lottery funds, and then we have gold bonds. And of course, as you know, in November of last year, we were approved for a bond of $423 million. And so now we're going to give you a couple of slides on where we are to date in our program and our schedule regarding the 2022 bond. Next slide, please. So part of that bond is Murray Massenburg. In the fall of last year, we did our groundbreaking. Some of the images here show much progress as we started clearing of the site. Majority of the street trees and grading is pretty much on its way. As you see in the left column there, we're starting foundation walls. So we're excited. We're on schedule. We make sure we have an anticipated opening date of August of 2024. Next slide, please. A part of our comprehensive renovations, as you see here, again, addressing capacity issues as well as system upgrades, as well as the sustainable and educational suitability. The majority of these schools had mobiles on those sites. We will address that through the additions of those campuses, as well as safety and security will also be addressed. Next slide, please. And then we've started our initial pre-design and site planning. As you remember, in the fall of last year, this board approved us to move forward in providing the Durham Schools of Arts with a new school on a greenfield site. This is just for illustrative purposes, not what we will see, but this is really showing the initial concept of laying it out on the site of Duke Homestead. Next slide, please. And so again, this is our proposed bond schedule based on where we are to date. Of course, Murray Massenburg is well underway and it will be finished in June of 2024, ready for students to arrive. The Durham School of Arts is in our pre-design phase right now. We're looking at a mid-year, December 2025 completion, followed by Glenn and Holt in propriety order based on that facility assessment. Next slide, please. And then Bethesda Club, Moorhead, and Mangum again, or in priority order. Next slide, please. As you are aware, we did hire a project program bond management firm. A part of them overseeing our bond projects is also ensuring that we have participation, it's late. Participation from our minority, women, and business enterprises. And so working to make sure we have access on our website, LinkedIn, Facebook, to make sure that we provide opportunities for those disenfranchised businesses. Next slide, please. And so bond projects, of course, we're talking about money. And so we're going to give you a little bit about what we're dealing with when it terms of project costs and those implications. Next slide, please. And so as you're aware, we came to you again last year talking about what we're facing in the market due to materials shortages, labor shortages, of course, COVID, and other global impacts on our society. people may not understand construction, but if you go into the grocery stores, you'll see the prices of eggs and breads and some of those things that we have taken for granted have also increased. Thus, we're seeing those same impacts through the construction market. Next slide, please. Generally, over the course of a life of a project, you will see a gradual increase when it comes to inflation. We do budget for that. However, these times are unique, and what we're seeing recently of 6 months, we're seeing a 1% increase over the month of projects. So the longer that we wait to construct and design these, the prices don't get any cheaper. This slide illustrates the range that we anticipate as we go through this bond project. Next slide, please. Other factors as well as cost is competition. We live in a great state of North Carolina, and this is a hotbed for research development. The Piedmont and Triad and these other commercial companies are also building. And so we're dealing with that competition that also drives up our prices. The next slide, please. And so we want to make sure that we benchmark and see what other similar school districts are doing. As you see, Charlotte-Mecklenburg, their original construction budget was at $385 a square foot. They recently did some bids and they came in at $562 a square foot. Again, that is an increase over the last 3 years that we generally do not see in this market. Wake County just did a bid this year that originally was at $395 and now they saw it at $455. And then there's some office complex here in the Triangle regions that's also seeing some increases. So this is just not lip service. This is actually happening in the marketplace. Next slide, please. And so with that, we've taken into consideration where we are to date, the money that we've received through our partnership with the County Budget and Finance Department, and what we anticipate we will need for the duration of these projects. And with that, I'll take any questions and go back to any slides that I may have missed.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for that presentation. Board members, are there any questions, comments? Sorry.
So deep appreciation to Dr. Monk, Mr. Davis. Y'all are doing an incredible number of projects that are completely aligned with the vision that we've set for growing together and getting these elementary schools ready. So exciting to have Lions Farm, so exciting to have Northern falling right behind, and then Murray-Massenburg, which will be state of the art. And it just occurred to me, and I said to Dr. Mavinga, if we could get you all the money, not from a bond, but from the commissioners in some other way, to start working on old Northern and that conversion to vocational ed, could we start dreaming that sooner? We can't leave a facility empty and vacant. And that new Northern is coming August.
That's correct.
This year, on time, on track. If we have those conversations with them and they're able to find some of that, could we accelerate that project even though it's kind of down the list? Because we're going to get to the same issue with Old Durham School of the Arts as in a couple of years later too.
So I want to reorient us a little bit, and I know that Mr. Davis had to kind of go through that pretty quickly. Want to remember that it was all the way back in 2019 that the board actually put these projects in priority order and said that we was going to go in this order as we move through funding. Why this is critical, as Mr. Davis shared with the cost per square foot, right now we're looking at, with the $423 million that we received from the bond and the previous about $25 million that we received through either 2016 leftover bond funds or LOB funding, we're still going to be about $70 million short of the projects that we've already contracted for design for. Okay. So our first order of business that we're working on, and Mr. Davis actually has a meeting with the county tomorrow as we prep for the joint meeting next week. Are there other funding mechanisms that we can have right now to make up for the $70+ million so that we can get those projects that are done that are under design. We agree, we certainly don't like to leave any type of facility vacant for any extended period of time because they go down really quickly when they're not occupied. And our CTE program, as we've heard continuously, is very important for the success of our students. And so one of the things that we would ask the board to do in that light, if they so choose, is to move and authorize staff to move that project up in priority to right around where the Mangum is. And then we can certainly have that conversation with the counties about how we're going to fund these different projects, because we need to have that conversation with them anyway for the $70 million shortfall.
Yeah, that's helpful for sure to as you all help us prioritize. And when we talked about this in our small group, we also talked about the Cummings report was so long ago that you do anticipate starting this fall on version 2.0, whatever it is, whatever, the whole comprehensive look at the whole system, because middle schools need help, like everybody needs help. So, yeah.
But I will also make this comment to Dr. Monk. As we're looking at those priorities, there was some good rationale behind that. And when our citizen also voted for that, I would like for us to go by two, have really deep conversation before we can reverse whatever order. So I'd like for us really to take our time, really get deeper before we can make that decision.
Yeah, and I was not trying to on the fly late at night make a change. I just I think the amount of unmet need we have and the price of construction is just going to continue to stress how far we can stretch the dollar. And I'm glad that the county has been able to look at alternative funding sources and look to some of their other vehicles.
Thank you, Ms. Byer. Any additional questions or comments from the board members? Ms. Chavez?
I had a couple questions, and thank you for this presentation. This is a lot of projects, and it was nice to see the images also to be able to visualize what the schools will look like. And all right, so one of my questions was just about the minority women-owned business piece. I was wondering if you could explain what the I know you said continued outreach efforts are being made to those vendors. What are our regulations or expectations around that? And a percentage that we are aiming to meet? Could you talk a little bit just about that?
So we don't have a DPS goal because we would need to have a disparity study. But so right now, we're currently operating on the state goal, which is 10%.
Okay, thanks for that. And then I also have a question about, as we're building, this seemed like a good time to ask it, as we're building these new schools and doing the renovations and thinking about the LGBTQ plus IA plus and gender supports policy, are we incorporating more gender neutral bathrooms, or is that a consideration in some of the building construction? I know some schools have like one where the student has to, go between classes all the way up to the counselor's office or something like that. So is that, was that a consideration in some of the construction of the new buildings or the renovations?
Excellent question. Currently, we'll be working with Office Chief of Staff. I know that's come up for the facility, currently existing facilities, but we definitely, as we still in the design phase of majority of these projects, look at ways to address those concerns.
That's great to hear. I think obviously like our spaces create they create so much. The environment, obviously this is your work. They create the spaces for learning. And they create spaces for community and for opportunity and all of that. So to consider that and keep that in mind for our non-binary and trans students, I think would be great. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Our next item on our agenda, I think we'll passing it over to Mr. Lasore for the budget.
Thank you. Good evening, board members. It is getting late. We have some slides that we want to go through to get you started in the budget process for this year. We'll have some discussions as we go along in the next meeting at least to get some ideas at where we're headed. But for tonight, we just have a couple things that we want to talk to you about. If we go to the next slide, please. As we look at the next slide, these are some of the things that we've done over the past few years, right? Compensation, we've increased the minimum wage to $16 an hour this year. The state's at $15 an hour. When the state passed their budget for going to $15 an hour, they certainly didn't give us all the funding that was necessary to get our people to even $15 an hour. That's just the way it rolls, because they're not looking at each individual. They're looking at a dollar allotment based on allotment formula. So for the most part, we don't ever get what we need to make our increases work. One of the key things that we've talked about already tonight is the salary supplements for teachers. I mean, you all have done a fabulous job since 17-18 when Dr. Mabenga came in committing to pushing forward with that. The county has come through being only $250 behind basically, or $240 behind Wake County after being $2,000 behind is incredible. We've gone from the $4,375 in 18 to $6,450 in 23. So with that said, we've raised it over $2,075 for the purpose of getting us where we need to be to retain our teachers. Wake County does do a lot on the top end, which we've always done a linear increase, trying to give everybody equitable increases along the way from that standpoint. And if we think about it, we've just done with a bachelor's degree, a teacher with 0 years comes in at $6,450, and with 31 plus years, they're making $11,100 in salary supplement. So, I mean, it's something that we're going to continue to work on over the years because it's only going to continue to change as we go forward. So, operational services. Quickly, some of the things is brought in custodial services. We're currently doing a lot of contracting with that right now because we don't have enough people to fill the slots that we have for our custodial services. So we're having to do some deeper contract costing to get some of those operational services in place. You know, academic services, we've been putting things into the schools, making sure we've increased our multilingual resource center. Those are all important things, expanding our equity office to make sure we get there. Next slide, please, and address all the needs of our students. So as we look here at this next slide, what we're talking about is the commitment that we made last year. Last year, you committed to $4 million, trying to get $4 million from the county for increasing the salary supplement. We didn't quite get to where we wanted to be, but we got to $6,450. We made the commitment that we would move towards the classified salary study to ensure that we would be able to have competitive salaries in these ranges as well. To do that, we always have to start off with what do we think we're going to have in salary increases coming up in the next year. Well, we continue to go with the 4.2% for the certified salaries and increasing another 4% for the classified salary increase. Retirement benefits just killing us and will continue to kill us over the next few years. When we talk about retirement going from 24.5% this year to at least 25.75% next year, you know, they're talking in a few more years, we're going to be at 30%. We're getting there pretty quickly. So all these costs that are just here to sustain are incredible costs in themselves. Health insurance, 379 to 8,350. It could be higher than that. We just don't know what the final number is going to come out of Raleigh. Those costs alone are $4.9 million. So we're already starting off just to keep our salary levels at what we think the General Assembly might do is a big ask from the county. Classified salary study, they came across and said that it'd be about $10.8 million for the classified salary study. We're going to ask for another $4 million, almost $4.1 million needed funding to implement that salary study. When we, again, increase our salaries for all employees, we're including the state employees, which the state employees, again, dollar allotments is not enough there to cover already. We're going to get a fallback from that, right? So we're going to end up having to absorb some of that cost as well. Total of those two is going to come out to $9 million. We're going to need 20% for charter schools. We don't want it to be taken off of the $9 million. So we're asking for another 1.8 for that, bringing our total ask up to $10.8 million for the just the salary increases and the classified salary study. So with that said, we're already asking for as much as we had last year, pretty much, right? Next slide, please.
Oh, before.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, before you move to the next one with the $9 million, because when you're looking at 10.8 with the $9 million, is that's going to meet what we're looking for, or we have to go up to our fund balance to make it work?
So any reduction to that, because again, the state salaries aren't going to be able to cover all this jump in this study. So we're going to need the full 9 million plus the 1.8 to get to the amount that's necessary. If when the General Assembly passes the budget, we'll have a better understanding, and we might have to use some of fund balance to cover it from that standpoint. So we're already preparing for that type of thing to ensure that we have some funds available to ensure that we can try to meet our intent of getting us up to the salary study marketplace.
I was trying to remember how much we came up short from what we asked for teachers last year.
$1 million.
$1 million?
Yeah.
So if we put that in there too, yeah, okay.
Next slide, please. So this is the ever important slide of where we were and where we are today. The great gains that we have as we look at Wake County. Again, I go back to they have the economy of scales. All right, they have the ability to reach into their fund balance quite a bit more than we do for the purpose of ensuring they can stay ahead of us. But we've done a remarkable job here in Durham. County commissioners and yourselves have pushed for this. And I think that you know, after we get through the classified salary study, we'll get right back on the salary supplement, right? Because we want to keep our teachers. We're going to be out of ESSER money. We got to make sure that we keep people. So that's going to be, you know, as we look into the next year, that'll be another thing to look at to push for. Next slide, please. So we're here with the budget. We've done a lot of things so far. You know, we've been meeting. We analyze our second month enrollment. We've been having meetings as a group across the board, with school assignment, with the planning area, working on the projections, and all the other CTE areas and every area that you can think of. We're all talking, trying to get to where we need to be with our projections. Hopefully we'll have them very shortly, and sometime in early February, so that we can begin working with those numbers to see where they are. They're not going to be as probably as much as we want to, but with a declining enrollment, we need to ensure that we have a good number for the schools, the best number we can have, with the understanding that we cannot continue to overallot anymore because the hold harmless is gone this year. And when we got our second month adjustment, we lost 24 positions, teaching positions, and dollar allotments as well. It would have been over 48 positions had they just taken the whole amount, but they only take half of your decline when you have a declining enrollment. So we were fortunate with that. So here we are starting off I would have been at the work session, but I was having cataract surgery. So I can see clearly now, and I hope not to make big number errors going down the road. But yeah, it's we're just there. It's this time of the year. We want to get the superintendent's budget to you in March. We'll be talking with the county next Tuesday. We'll be going over ESSER. So you'll have your presentation then, and we can bring you more information that you want to talk about at that time as well, from that standpoint. So I'd like to hear some of the things you'd like to hear from us about in regards to the budget. But again, we have to have the budget to the county by May 15th. They want something in March. We give them a number to work with, which right now is $10.8 million. And then we'll be working with them on setting up the meetings in June, late May, early June, to go over the request with the county commissioners. So at the end of the presentation, there are a lot of budget highlights, which are the salary and benefit increases in regards to where we are today. And I can speak more to that, but this has been a good long meeting. I'd rather take questions that you would rather speak to in that regard. I just do want to circle back to Ms. Byers' question about gaggle. We spent $221,000 this year on gaggle out of ESSER, and we also have $114,000 left that needs to be spent next year. And also we have $104,000 that is sitting there for gaggle as well. So yes, we are working and spending the money as we go. And I just want to assure you that we have plans to spend all these ESSER dollars as we move down the road. So
Thank you, Mr. Lasar, for your presentation, and welcome back. We missed you at our work session. Board members, do you all have any questions for Mr. Lasar? Or any feedback? I would also say this would be the time to give feedback on the budget proposal that the superintendent has proposed. We want to give this feedback now so the staff have an opportunity to go back, cost it out, and it can be added to the superintendent's budget. I think from our previous experience in working with our county commissioners, the sooner they know a full number, the better, and that we don't wait till the last minute to want to increase our ask. So we can do that as early, give the direction to the administration as early as possible. That'll be really helpful. Any questions or comments, concerns, Ms. Byer?
So y'all have done an incredibly thorough job, and I appreciate you working with all the departments. The growing together staffing would be a piece that I feel like might need some boosting of personnel as we support families in very intentional ways. I mean, we've got a lot of schools to go out to. We got a lot, maybe a call center to staff. I don't know, like however y'all think it needs to be done. I think having the support so we don't burn out the people that are doing that really difficult work, I think is important. Came to mind for me.
We're gonna have some personnel recommendation in the next probably few weeks. Again, at this point, we probably balancing SR funds and other sources as we'll be bringing those requests.
Ms. Rogers?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, particularly the calendar around the budget and all those things. We have heard many things from the community about the $18 million. And I do expect our commissioners to ask the same things. Do we have a timeline about when and how this will fit into our budget calendar?
Thank you, Ms. Rogers, for the question. Board, if you remember, I really wanted us to go through the process. I think the process, the way we started, we had a board wish list. Then I took it to the cabinet. We worked with the cabinet, and cabinet, we had directors, different departments. They were able to give us the inputs as well. This week, we're able to involve our superintendent teacher advisory group. They gave the feedback. We got student feedback as well. On Monday, we have a standard cabinet meeting, and we're gonna try to finalize this. Next time when we come in February, we're gonna bring you the plan for the $18 million along with the SR fund as well. So we are very mindful. We really want to make sure that the county commissioners and our community know how we spend it, but we really wanted to have an input from everybody.
Thank you. And I would ask if we've had conversations about the community schools coordinators and if there's an appetite to make sure that that continues to stay in our budget or expansion.
So when it comes to SR funds, as we met with superintendent teacher advisory group, we did not get any inputs as far community school is concerned. Out of all those groups, nobody brought it up.
Any other questions from board members or requests on the budget?
I'm curious that folks didn't bring up community schools because I hear such excitement about it within the community. So I'd be interested in, I know there's a cohort of 8 principals that have talked about that. I hope that's still in your ongoing communications about how we might expand that initiative.
Thank you again for the next step for the $18 million. As I'm going to finalize this with our cabinet on Monday. We are planning to have 2x2. Very soon, I'll have Ms. Smith by next week to be able to send those calendar dates so that we can get your final feedback as we're going to move forward with that.
Ms. Rogers, were you speaking about that for the 18 million or were you thinking about our normal operating budget? That's okay.
Normal operating budget.
So is there a response to that?
My response is I had a conversation with Mr. Kesson. We're able to increase, I think, by 1 school. And I think we have agreed to have to reset to be able to see how well we are working with that particular initiative. I think the last school was Fayetteville Elementary that we were able to add last year, even though there was a cohort of about 4 other principals that they were really interested. But I think the conversation was pretty much, let's see how it's working. Let's have some data before we can proceed.
Ms. Valladares.
I love looking at these numbers, especially, when it includes additional funding needed to implement the proposed salary study. I'm excited about the classified staff getting, their adjustments. And, definitely I continue to grieve the caps on our funding, but imposed by the state. And that's something, we have to continue to make that push at the state level. But when it comes to, some of the other ways that we can continue to drive support, like, you talk about expanding the multilingual resource center, Office of School Relations, like there's definitely the Office of Equity Affairs. And I might add, I mean, we need support. Digital equity is a big, big need, for a lot of our families who actually go to the MRC sometimes with those needs. And so I continue to celebrate some of the things that we're doing, but I do think we need to continue to think about how we are growing these departments commensurate with the need, commensurate with, and it's not commensurate yet. It's disproportionate right now, because we don't have enough staff in the MRC to cover all our schools, and they're doing multiple schools, each interpreter. And so I just want to continue to see that communication vehicle and almost like triaging and all the bridging that is happening to all the different departments. The other thing that I also just wanted to say is that we have a really good supplement. It's not the best, but it's not bad at all. So the local salary supplements, in the years that we have seen this, I mean, it's a different number every single time. And do you anticipate any trends showing that this might get lower or higher? I mean, I'm anticipating it's going to be higher based on inflation, competitive rates and all that, but any trends that you can tell us in terms of anticipating recruitment? Because I'm still thinking recruitment will continue to stay competitive.
Trends are, flavor of the month, right? I mean, for salary supplements, it's gonna be something that's gonna be around for years to come. Especially in this area with Wake, Chapel Hill. So, I mean, like I said, you take a year off to do one thing, you're gonna be right back on it the next year to continue looking at being competitive in the area. I mean, so the trends, I mean, what we have to look at next probably is looking at changing our linear increase to trying to get more like Wake is in that regard. Because for their EC teachers, they also have some supplements for that too, that are bigger than ours from that standpoint. So they're really looking, we were trying to get the bottom up to try to keep our teachers, new teachers. Now we have to start looking at the mid and top of the scale people, is my opinion. And, we grew significantly. They grew more. That's the problem, is they were looking at what we're doing. We have discussions, we have meetings together. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, well, they're always going to be looking at what we're doing and trying to keep ahead of us because they want to keep the teachers in their school districts. But as you saw today, I mean, they're still having situations with getting teachers. So it's not like teachers are running over there in mass. There's still I think it was 529 teachers that they're still out. That's a lot. So it's never ending game.
The salary study did have an increase for ECIAs, did it not? The recommendation. So I'd be curious to know what that also would look like in our classroom folks and whether that's a strategy we need to consider sooner rather than later. I don't know how y'all are thinking about that, but you said that Wake is doing that currently. I mean, I'm sure it's a high price tag, but it's also a little bit more what you mean. The salary compensation study for classified staff that we are recommending, if I'm remembering it right, has ECIAs being paid a different step higher than regular classroom IAs. That was really recommended by Hurd in Lopez and the other one. Right. So is it time at the same time or to actually look at what that would mean for EC classroom teachers as well, to do something similar? Yeah. Ms. Chavez?
Thank you for all of this. I just wanted to offer one element that I think would be useful as we think about the budget. going forward. One of the most helpful things here is the comparison with Wake. And I would just say, I was trying to remember, I was asking Ms. Rogers if we had that kind of context data for the salary study. So I need to look back at that. But any context that you can provide about comparatively what we're looking at compared to other districts or other similar roles within Durham County, whatever you think would be most useful, like to where we're losing people. Oh goodness, it's late. I'm losing my, but I just want to be able to look at where are we losing people? What wages or salaries are we losing them to? Where are those? That kind of thing. So even like looking at the teacher supplements compared to Chapel Hill, Carborough, Orange, whatever. And then within EC2, I was thinking about that. But thank you for all this info. Looking forward to budget season.
Any other comments or questions from board members? I do, Mr. Lasore, in past years, we've had a list of deferred requests. And I'm sure there's a list that you have. And I know that it wasn't up there tonight. I think in the past on that list has also been parental leave. And would love if we could just cost that out. I don't know that if this ask is the right time this year, but I think if we could put a dollar amount with that, it would be helpful to help understand.
So some of the things that will bring you next month is that I can bring the deferred list. Was an updated cost on that. When we did it about 4 years ago, it was like $700,000.
Sure, it's grown.
I'm sure it's grown. But we're also gonna bring you a departmental budget request that we're gonna look to fund internally, and not ask the county for the money. We're gonna try to make some moves to make that happen. If we have to use some money that would go into fund balance, we would do that as well, to ensure that some of the critical programs that people are asking for get funded. We're gonna fund as many as we can out of ESSER, and then we're gonna ensure that we're using our money wisely and making sure we have a roadmap for ensuring the salary study gets put in place as quickly as possible from that perspective.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't think this needs to be a February presentation, but it's something that's in the back of my mind is the time when the ESSER funds will expire. It feels like it's getting closer and closer, quicker and quicker. What's our plan in our budget for that transition? And whatever that might look like, absorbing what costs or what kind of cost things need to sunset. So just want to put that out there that we have that on our radar as we're moving forward. I know you all are thinking about it, but would love for us to also have those conversations. All right. With that, that concludes our agenda, or almost concludes our agenda for this evening. I'll take a motion to go into closed session.
So board, I'd like to amend, actually, I'd like to make a motion that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda, but add that pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A5 to instruct the board's agents concerning negotiations involving the acquisition of real property.
Second. It's been moved and properly second. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. We're now in closed session. We're now back in open session. Dr. Mabenga.
Board, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at a closed session.
I'll accept a motion to move the personnel report dated January 26, 2022,
So moved.
2023, excuse me. It's been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by,
I'll second.
thank you, seconded by Ms. Lewis. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. We have an additional motion.
Motion to approve the resolution for dismissal of an employee.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Rogers, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. With that, we are adjourned.